Welcome to the live stream board meeting of May 11th, 2020. This is several times that we've done virtual meetings and Zoom meetings and that kind of thing, and we've learned a lot about that. We just don't want to get to the point we have to use it for very much longer. So we are all hoping and praying that this whole situation can be over with relatively soon. I would like to ask the fellow board member, Mr. Chris Bumgarner, if he would do the invocation for the board.
Thank you, Chairman Pennell. Last week, May 4th through 8th, teachers were celebrated all across our nation in recognition of Teacher Appreciation Week. It's in these challenging times that we truly recognize and appreciate how our educators play such a pivotal role in our children's lives, inspiring a lifelong love of learning and discovery and making a difference in their well-being and long-term success. I believe that we can all think of educators that we've had in our lives who have inspired us, motivated us, and encouraged us to pursue our dreams. So tonight, as we pause for a moment of silence, let us remember those educators who help make each of us who we are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bumgarner. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance, and tonight, Dr. Jeff Church will lead us in our pledge.
Good evening. Please join me in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Church. Now, as we move on with the agenda, the next item is the approval of the agenda. And I understand we have a change here.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I'd like to recommend that we remove student transfers for 2020-21 from our agenda this evening so that we can get further clarification before moving forward with those transfers.
Okay.
That's item 6D for reference.
Yes, 6D.
So do I hear a motion that we approve the agenda as presented with item 6D being deleted?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll
Second.
second the motion.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion passes. So we have an agenda. The next item being approval of the April 6, 2020 Virtual Board of Education minutes. Do I hear a motion that we approve those minutes as you've had opportunity to review?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the April 6 minutes as presented.
Second?
I second the motion.
Any corrections? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And motion passes. Next is the approval of the May 4th, 2020 work session minutes, closed session minutes, and general account minutes. That was also a Zoom meeting. Do I hear a motion that we approve those minutes?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve the May 4th, 2020 Virtual Board of Education work session minutes and closed session minutes and general account as presented.
I'll second that.
Any additions, comments? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And motion passes. Next, I'd like to recognize our superintendent, Dr. Don Phipps.
We got some news right before I came into the meeting that we have three schools that have been recognized in the state champion area. And this is the 2020 North Carolina Imagine Language and Literacy State Champions. I don't know the criteria or details. I'll get that to you a little bit later on, but we want to congratulate Oak Hill School, who are the state champions, and in second place, Kings Creek, and in third place, Davenport. Very impressive that the top three schools are from Caldwell County, and we're very proud of you all. I also want to follow up on what Mr. Bumgarner had mentioned. Throughout the year, we have Teacher Appreciation Week. We recognize school nurses, social workers. We've had a school lunch heroes. We've had principals. Really, every position, there's some form of recognition. I'm always afraid when we get into the given week that I'll acknowledge one and not another. And I just want to take a minute to say thank you to everyone. Everyone who makes up the Caldwell County Schools team. You're valued. You're appreciated. Your work lends to the overall work that we do, and we couldn't accomplish what we do without you. And I think the level of appreciation publicly has never been higher for public education than it is right now. And I'm grateful that we have such wonderful team members that are doing tremendous work. And what I keep reminding our folks is that we're leading through servant leadership. And I think when you begin your leadership quest by serving others, you're starting off on the right foot. And I think our county certainly is doing that in our community, and I'm grateful for that. Building off of that, I wanted to share with the public that since we started serving the meals that we're providing to our community from birth to 18 years old, as of the end of last week, we've served 346,732 meals. That's quite an accomplishment. It could not be done without the work that's being done by our child nutrition department and our child nutrition staff members across our county, and the volunteers and the others that are helping them distribute meals and also driving the buses and getting the meals out. We're so grateful to all of you who are playing a role and lending a hand in that. We continue to plan for the remainder of the school year. We're looking at our summer, and starting tomorrow, there'll be some statewide conversations of what restart looks like for our schools beginning in August. We'll be providing you some updates once we have that information, but we're trying to look as far ahead as we can, but we know we're limited on how far we can go. And finally, for our public, I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for your patience and your flexibility during what's been a very difficult time for us all. We know that things have changed in midstream, and it's been difficult for us to plan more than a few days in advance. And your patience and flexibility working with us is very valuable to us, and we're most grateful. So thank you all for that.
Thank you, Dr. Phipps. Next is public comment, and as of 3 o'clock this afternoon, we had no public comment in our regular session here, so we'll move along with the next item, which is Dr. Jeff Church, Associate Superintendent for Auxiliary Services.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Phipps, I have 2 items for your approval. First is uniform rental and full garment service bid. We competitively bid that service. Centos Corporation was the bidder that we're going to recommend, and have a motion to approve the uniform rental and full garment services bid to be awarded to Centos beginning July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2023. This is uniforms for transportation staff and maintenance staff.
Okay, do I hear a motion that we approve the uniform rental and full garment services bid that was given by Centos and would go from July 1, 2020 through June 30, 2023? Is there a motion?
Chairman Pennell, I move that we approve the uniform contract as presented by Centos Corporation.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Any comments, any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And motion passes.
Okay, thank you. We had 3 cleaning contracts up for renewal, and those are to Watts Cleaning Service, and these are contracts for custodial cleaning services at South Caldwell High School, William Lenore Middle School, and West Caldwell High School, and these are 3-year contracts. Request approval as submitted.
Okay, do I hear a motion that we approve the renewal of the Watts cleaning contracts, and assuming those to be from July 1, 2020 to June
Yes.
30,
Yes.
2023? Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the renewal of Watts cleaning contracts for South Caldwell High School, William Lenore Middle School, and West Caldwell High School.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And motion passes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Church. Next, we have Assistant Superintendent Dr. Bill Griffin, Human Resource Services.
Chairman Pennell, Vice Chair Branch, members of the board, Dr. Phipps, you have before you several items for your approval or motions for this evening. The first is Subject A, Human Resources Services, usual and customary. Those are informational items only for you to look over at this point. Subject B is Human Resources, usual and customary action items. These are contracts. I respectfully request approval of the usual and customary action items contracts as presented.
Do I hear a motion that we approve the Human Resource Services usual and customary action items as it relates to contracts?
Chairman Pennell, I move that we approve the usual and customary action items and contracts as presented by Dr. Griffin.
Is there a second?
Second.
Chairman Pennell, I need to recuse myself from the Section 2 for rehires for one-year contracts.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes.
Wait a minute, we
or-
haven't
or
voted.
we have three different
Yeah,
action
we haven't voted
items
on
there.
contracts, I don't
Oh,
think
Right,
yet.
the first one is just the contracts as presented.
Okay, I'm sorry.
yeah, yes,
I
sir.
thought we was doing all three of them there at one time.
Okay. So, Joe, you're going to
I do not need to do it
recuse
for
yourself
this.
on the,
On the first one.
I do not need to on the first one.
okay. Any comments? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Next.
Thank you, Chairman Pennell. I respectfully request a motion to approve the recommended items number 2 there, and those are 2021 probationary one-year teacher contracts as presented.
Chairman Pennell, that's the one I need to recuse myself from.
Okay. Do I hear a motion that we approve the recommendation of Dr. Griffin?
Chairman Pennell, I'll make a motion to approve the 2021 probationary rehires one-year contract as presented.
Second?
I second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And that motion passes.
Great, thank you. And finally, I respectfully request motion to approve the 2021 probationary 2-year teacher contracts as presented.
Okay, do I hear a motion that we approve the probationary 2-year contracts as presented by Dr. Griffin?
I'll make the motion we approve the probationary rehires for 2-year contracts.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And motion passes.
Thank you very much. And finally, Subject C, Human Resources, Action Items, Administrative Contracts. I respectfully request approval of the usual and customary action items of the administrative contracts as presented this evening.
Is there a motion to approve the Human Resource Services action items, administrative contracts?
Chairman Pennell, I move that we approve the administrative contracts as has been presented by Dr. Griffin.
All right, thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Comments or questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Griffin.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. David Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, board members, Dr. Phipps, I have 3 amendments tonight. Budget amendment number 9 is for the State Public School Fund. It's the amount of $626,282. Budget amendment number 10 is for a federal grants fund. It's no change in the total budget, just a transfer between the purpose functions of $530. And the final one is budget amendment number 11 for the special grants fund, $4,652,105. This is just for NC Pre-K and NC Pre-K grants only. There's no other changes to the budget in Fund 8. The largest amount of increase for the state is for the COVID relief funds we received from Department of Public Instruction. We received $450,877. A lot of times people want to know why we don't spend something on something else. The funding actually is provided for school nutrition, emergency child care, remote learning, and sanitation supplies due to building closures. So that's where we have to spend that money and where it has to be focused on. Those three amendments, if approved tonight, will bring the total budget for Caldwell County Schools to $122,556,979.46. I'd like to ask that those be approved.
Okay, do I hear a motion that we approve budget amendments number 9, which is State Public School Fund, Amendment 10, Federal Grant Fund, and Amendment 11, which is Special Grants Fund?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the state, federal, and special grant fund amendments as presented.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Okay, any comments or questions?
Mr. Johnson, will you repeat that amount on the COVID funding?
Yeah. $450,877. We received that money, part of it's our Title I and our free and reduced classifications and our low wealth funding. Those three things come into play, and that's how we received our portion
Okay,
of that.
all right, thank you.
May I ask a clarifying
Sure, go ahead.
question, please? I've had people to ask me, is that the fund that we're using to send out the meals that are being sent out throughout the county?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Is that the funding that's being sent out? Is that the funding that supplies the meals that are being sent out?
So that is, part of that funding is to recoup cost for child nutrition. So generally, they have, child nutrition is an enterprise fund, so they're making money as they sell food and their federal reimbursement. This is to offset their shortage in revenue they're going to face.
Thank you.
So it's not totally going to pay for it because they're going to still receive some federal reimbursement, but part of that is to help offset the cost associated with providing meals.
Thank you for
And Ms.
that.
Edwards, we're still waiting for the folks in the finance office in Raleigh to give us a couple of budget codes to be able to use for coding that in. So we don't know yet until all this is said and done. The technology piece with devices for both teachers and students come into play. We haven't done anything in the child care piece yet, so that's not a part of it, but there's some restrictions on that pot of money. And we can give you a better account after everything's said and done of what we needed to dip into in terms of what child nutrition was able to generate revenue-wise.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next is our superintendent, Dr. Don Phipps.
Mr. Chairman, I have 4 items. Item 8A deals with approval that I'm seeking from you to all tonight for 2 policies. These were put on the table for the 30-day comment period, and we failed to come back to pick these up, so they've been out quite a while. But these both come from the North Carolina School Board Association. The first one is policy 7360/8225, and it's crowdfunding on behalf of the school system, and policy 7240, drug and alcohol-free workplace. Both of these are dealing with topics that tend to be very dynamic and change, and I have no doubt that we'll come back with some more revisions and tweaks at some point, but I'd like to present these and respectfully request your approval tonight.
Do I hear a motion that we approve policy 7360/8225, crowdfunding on behalf of the school system, as well as policy 7240, drug and alcohol-free workplace? Is there a motion to approve?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the crowdfunding policy and the drug and alcohol-free workplace policy.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any comments or questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And motion passes.
Item 8B would be the board policies for new and revised policies that are proposed by the North Carolina School Board Association. This will be to place these on place them on the table for the 1-month comment period. So I'd like to requestfully request that permission.
Do I hear a motion that we place the new and revised policies that have been from the North Carolina School Boards Association. They be on the table for 30 days. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion that we put the 6 policies on a 1-month comment period.
Second?
Second the motion.
Any comments or questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Item 8C, this is an administrative transfer, which does not require board approval, but I wanted to read it into the record and make you all aware that one of the positions that we were looking at hiring is the coordinator for math. The major content area would be math, working in the area of STEM, STEAM, and other related areas. And we've completed those interviews, and we have extended the offer, and it's been accepted for Sarah Starnes, who's a High Brighton High School math teacher, to come over and work with us at the district level as a coordinator for math. We're excited about that and wanted you to be aware of it. And then my final item is item 8D, and this is the Oak Hill Advisory Team recommendation. As you know, we put together an advisory team, shared with them a great deal of information, and they came back with, I asked them to come back to you all with a non-binding recommendation if they could, based on the information that they'd received and any questions and discussion that went on. And out of the 9 scenarios that you all are very familiar with now, 9 of those individuals, there were a total of 16 voting members on the advisory committee. 9 voted for scenario 2, 3 voted for scenario 3, 1 voted for scenario 8, and 3 voted for scenario 9. I'll run through that again. There were 9 votes for the scenario 2, 3 for scenario 3, 3 for scenario 9, and 1 for scenario 8. That means 12 out of 16, or 75%, voted for either scenario 2 or 3. Again, non-binding, but this was the advisory committee's group, and I'm offering those just in terms of recommendations for how that group looked at the 9 different scenarios. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The board needs to go into closed session for a brief moment, so do I hear a motion from someone on the board that we go into closed session?
Chairman Pennell, I move that we go into closed session to discuss the confidential personnel matters as listed on the current board agenda.
Is there a second?
Second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes, and we're going into closed session. Should be a very short period of time.
We're gonna take a little
Mics
break
are on.
between the two.
Mics are back on.
Okay. Just briefly to reiterate a point that Dr. Phipps made earlier, the board had opportunity this past week to really express to our teachers how much we appreciate the great job that they do. And, we know it's a difficult time, a challenging time, but they have done a fantastic job, and we can't say too much how thankful we are for each of those people and the great job that they do. Any other comments? Do I hear a motion we adjourn?
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And motion passes. We are adjourned.
We have a 3-minute break before we pull things back together.
Right, we're going to take a 3-minute break, and
Mics are on. Mics are on.
I've got all I need.
I can't read it, so you can have it.
This public hearing of May 11th, 2020 is called to order. The purpose of the public hearing this evening is to deal with the status of Oak Hill School. We ask that if you're coming before the board to speak, that you state your name. There will be a limit of 3 minutes. And that will be timed by our attorney, Mr. Destin Hall. Dr. Phipps, you have anything you want to add to that?
We invited anyone who wanted to speak to the board in person, if they wanted to speak by telephone, or if they wanted to present their thoughts in writing, to do so today by 3 p.m. The written responses will be read into the record. We ask for those by 3 p.m., but we are required to keep that opportunity available 24 hours after the conclusion of the public hearing for any additional written responses that the public may wish to submit.
Okay, we're ready to move forward with the public hearing. Do we have a speaker waiting? Okay, if you'll come to the podium, please.
Hello, I'm Whitney Dominic. I'm going to apologize. I'm very nervous about public speaking, so I'm going to read what I wrote, but it was very important that I was here and did it in person so you understood how important it was to me. Initially, I wanted to discuss my concerns about moving my child from the school they began at and love. I wanted to touch on their emotional comfort and need to be at Lower Creek Elementary School. We moved to Lenore and purchased a home in this school district on purpose. We specifically sought out a home that allowed us to be at this school, and it doesn't seem fair that we could change the districts and zoning without considering this. I understand that others may transfer in, but we didn't choose to live elsewhere, so there'd be no question on where they would attend school. Also, we don't want to uproot them twice because eventually it will happen again. I understand that emotions should not make this decision, though. It may not seem fair to me to uproot my child, and in the end, if we are forced to move them, we will enroll our children in Morganton or Wilkes County, where both my husband and I work, because we won't be able to do the trek to Oak Hill, and our jobs are just too far from where we live. But I do understand that is how some Oak Hill families feel as well. Since it is more of a rural area, though, I wonder how many of those families that are working full-time are commuting out of that area as is. At the end of the day, this cannot, again, be an emotional decision. The board needs to make a financially sound decision. I understand that there's a significant debt that we could cut this substantially by with closing Oak Hill. At the end of the day, you will still need to fix this building and all its costly problems from 1939. It will be much more costly to correct this and put us more in debt. You also have less fallout by closing one school and rezoning those teachers and children amongst several other schools, because then other schools won't function at their capacity and teachers will lose their jobs. And if the building still needs the extensive repairs, at what point will we be back to the same point? This cannot, again, be an emotional decision that leads to continued debt, and in the end, still need to correct the issues a few years down the road. Closing Oak Hill, though sad for that community, is best for all of Caldwell County financially and in regards to business. Your jobs are to do what is best for the majority, and while that is hard, it is in the whole county's best interest moving forward to close Oak Hill. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank
Whitney,
you.
what was your last name again, please?
Dominique,
Thank you.
thank you.
Next.
Hello, I am Kim Esther. I live in the current Lower Creek School District with 2 children. Lower Creek School is 4-minute drive from my home to the school. We did lots of research before we purchased land to build about where we would want our children to attend school. My husband and I both own a business inside the city limits of Lenore, a couple of doors down from here. It is important to that home, school, and work are close for us. With the commitments that are only growing for the average family, an extra commute to a rural area is not one that I'm interested to add to my to-do list. We are very active in the classroom and the school, and if there's an added commute to a rural area, that will eliminate my ability to participate as I have in the past. As you know, splitting up a community will not strengthen our children's public education experience. Over the years, Oak Hill's enrollment has dwindled, and since budget for each school is based on enrollment of the students, this school is faced with closing. If our public school money is based on enrollment of students, moving students around does not solve the problem. It also seems that ratings for this school are negative. I'm not sure of where that is coming from. A quick Google search pulls up Laurel Creek listed as number 1 and Oak Hill listed as 14. If I was a prospective family entering and didn't do additional research, I would maybe not purchase a home in a district that did not have favorable ratings for the schools. Taking children from a community in town that is thriving and moving them to a rural area to save a school that we already don't have the funds to keep up is not the answer. I feel that if this move is made, we will be right back here shortly discussing budget and moving my kids again. I'm hopeful that the board will make a sound decision that would overall protect our students and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you better without my glasses on. Hello, my name is Ashley Bullock. I'd like to thank the board for your work and consideration on such an important matter. The decision you make will affect hundreds of children and families. No matter what decision you make, you'll not be able to please everyone, but hopefully you'll make a decision based on facts and data that will make the most positive impact on the whole educational system in Caldwell County. First, a disclaimer, I have a son in 2nd grade at Lower Creek Elementary School. He has been on approved transfer for the last 3 years. Obviously, my statements, like those of other parents, are not likely objective, as my wishes are to cause little to no disturbance to his world and happiness, or that of his younger brother. But if you know me, you know that I'm a proud Caldwell County native who thinks of herself as a Caldwell County cheerleader. I want nothing but the best for my home county, and that includes our school system. I've drafted the following thoughts, trying to keep an open mind as well as asking myself what is best for the parties involved and the county. First, COVID-19 and its effects on the education system has been stressful for all parties, students, parents, teachers, and administration alike. All students, no matter their parents' proactive attempts to keep them on or above grade level, will start the 2021 school year behind because of COVID. And we all know that not all parents will be proactive. Is it wise in this situation to start students in a new school in the same school year that they'll be dealing with the aftermath and stresses of COVID? My suggestion is that none of the scenarios take place till the 21-22 school year. I know I don't have all the facts and the figures, and that there may be some underlying reason for the board to act sooner. Secondly, I think we need to ask ourselves how we got here. Obviously, some of the attendance woes are due to population loss in certain communities, but the other elephant in the room is school performance and the amount of students who transfer out of district. All Caldwell County schools are not created equal, or so it seems. How can that be fixed so that parents who want the best for their child are not tempted to transfer out of district, enroll their kids in private school or homeschool? I know a lot of the factors that go into school performance, I know there are a lot of factors that go into a school's performance, the largest of which may be economically disadvantaged communities, and that, it seems, is a problem outside the scope of the school board's ability to fix. When a parent looks at the DPI website, school report cards, and sees that of the schools in the county, there are some cases where a school may have a 2-letter grade span between the other school in the county, which school would you want your child to attend? I'm not sure if it's logistically makes sense or not, but I wonder if anyone has considered grandfathering the current students that are currently enrolled and applying new guidelines for future enrollees only. Lastly, whatever changes are made to further restrict the student transfer policy must be applied consistently, even to children of educators. There is a perception, at least, that children of teachers specifically are favored when it comes to these sorts of policies. Whatever decision is made, I ask that you make it and inform the family sooner rather than later. Change is not as easy as one may think for some children. My son's world has been rocked by COVID, and I pray that his world isn't further disturbed by changes in school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Seth Stillwell, speaking on behalf of Lower Creek. Mr. Chairman, Board, thank you for sending out and making us all aware of these scenarios that may be affected by the closure of Oak Hill and giving us all an opportunity to speak tonight. I think a lot of families with children at Lower Creek had no idea that the redistricting was even a possibility until late last week. No one wants to discuss even closing schools or redistricting students out of the schools that they're currently in. I'm here to speak against that redistricting of our children and out of districts that have been stable for decades, essentially. When I moved back to the area after college, my first home was in the Davenport School District. And I lived there for almost a decade. And then my wife and I became more established and decided of thinking of starting a family and building a new home. So we seriously considered what district we wanted our child or children to grow up in. And we didn't even have children at that time. And yet we still studied and carefully considered the schools that we wanted them to attend. That is why we chose Lower Creek. And I ask you tonight not to redistrict the county just to try to keep Oak Hill open. I ask you not to move my child and our Lower Creek family's children so equal numbers of children don't have to move. And all for a school which is declining enrollment for numbers of years, and talk of closure has kind of been batted around for years. An alternative to that may be to alter the transfer policy, maybe do away with transfers except for maybe students, teachers, kids and students who, of those teachers who may want to attend the district that their parent teacher lives in. And I think this year there's, in the Oak Hill district, almost 70 children choose to go elsewhere in the district to school anyway. And of that 70, 12 already attend Lower Creek. And I ask you for all over 11,000 students in this county school system not to affect everybody for less than 1% of that number. And I ask you to vote against the scenarios which change redistricting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. How are y'all?
Good, how are you doing?
Good. I'm Holly Pennell. My children go to Lower Creek, and my oldest will hopefully be going to William Lenore in a couple months. We are in, and I say we as our family, we are in support of closing Oak Hill so the students from Oak Hill will be moved to other social districts. In the event Oak Hill School stays open, we are against the decision to have students rezoned from Lower Creek to Oak Hill and/or Kings Creek school districts. In the event the rezoning in scenario 7 proceeds, we will put our children more at risk for accidents. The amount of traffic on Highway 18 is already heavy, and scenario 7 will only add to the congestion. In this scenario, the county will be paying more tax dollars in order for school buses to overlap and run down the same section of roads. We will have buses traveling Highway 18 to pick up students and deliver them to Kings Creek, and then we will have separate school buses picking up students in the same area to be delivered to Oak Hill. The county will have to pay for additional bus drivers, gas, and maintenance. For our family, we sold our house in Sutton Place in Lenore to find or build a house in Laura Creek, William Lenore, High Brighton School District. We moved 5 years ago to be able to send our children inside this school district. We wanted our children in this area for reasons of certain education and sports opportunities. However, the proposed rezoning of school districts will take that choice away from us. We do not feel that it is fair or in the best interest of our children, all because of trying to keep Oak Hill School open. The only fair decision is to relocate the students from Oak Hill to the best schools possible that make the most sense economically and demographically. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Wendy Libera. I teach first grade at Lower Creek School, and I also have a son who is currently in third grade at Lower Creek. I appreciate you guys letting me have the opportunity to speak. I hate that our school system is at the point where we have to make some hard decisions, but I do not think it is right to send students from Lower Creek or William Lenore to Oak Hill. This would affect my own child and the school that I teach at. I have heard it said that Lower Creek does not have room for the Oak Hill students, and this is not true. Lower Creek does have room for the Oak Hill students. We would be honored to welcome these students. In scenario 2, Lower Creek would still be at 35 students under our building capacity. Before we became a closed school a few years back, we had an enrollment of 421. And this was before the 4 classrooms were added with the pod that is now there currently. So we do have the classroom space for extra students. We may need some more space when it comes to areas like bathrooms, cafeteria, because that's tight now, especially with bathrooms. But I feel like that could be worked out on in the future, and we would make it work. We did in the past. So we would be happy to welcome the students and staff from Oak Hill School. As far as going with scenario 7 or 9, I cannot see taking my child or other children that live close to me to a school that's 20, 25 minutes away, when I could drive to 2 schools. I could drive to Kings Creek or to Lower Creek within less than 10 minutes. I understand that scenario 7, 8, and 9, that the transfer policy would have to be changed as well. And I do have questions about what that will look like. Could the option of county employees being able to take their own personal children out of their home districts, would that change? Because that would affect my child. And I also know that having a K-8 experience is a very different thing than having a K-5 middle school experience. If the transfer policy changes, I feel like parents will no longer have the choice of what kind of experience their child will receive. Up until now, if a parent felt like their child would do better with a K-8 experience, they were allowed to choose that. But if the transfer policy changes, then that choice wouldn't be anymore. And they would basically be told, like my child would be told if I wasn't a county employee, that you would have a K-8 experience. And like I say, for some children, I think that's great. But for other children, I just don't think that's the right thing for them. And I think the parents need the opportunity to make that choice. I think you also need to consider how many families you will be affecting if the transfer policy changes. I feel like students do better in schools that parents want them at. If all these transfer students are told you've got to go back to your home school and they didn't want their child at that home school, I'm afraid that's not going to be a good situation for parents, students, or the school. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Phipps. My name is Emily Hillis. I am here today as a parent of a first grader at Laurel Creek Elementary and a seventh grader at William Lenore Middle School. I'm also a third grade teacher at Laurel Creek Elementary as well. So I feel passionately about things that have been proposed in these scenarios, especially in 7 and 9. My husband and I, when we moved back to this area in 2007, we bought a home in Granite Falls Elementary. And I was hired to teach at Laurel Creek. When my children became of age to start school, I wanted them to be in the community that they go to school, that I taught at. So we moved back to the Lenore area in 2015. We chose to build in Piper Ridge, a new community, so we could be an invested member of Laurel Creek and the William Lenore school communities. Our school is set to lose 78 students if redistricting occurs. That's 20% of our school population. Right now, our current enrollment is at 390 students, which is 36 below capacity. I believe there's a misconception that we are overcrowded, which is not the case. We have 129 students on transfer at Laurel Creek that could also be affected if the transfer policy is tightened to ensure that more students are at Oak Hill in one of those scenarios. This could possibly bring our enrollment down tremendously, 183 students. This would change the dynamics of Laurel Creek tremendously. We would be losing highly involved members of our PTA, parents that volunteer daily, and children will be sent away from the school family that has loved them dearly every step of the way. With this decrease of enrollment, we fear that staff members would also have to go and be lost. We are a family at Laurel Creek. We have worked very hard together to make Laurel Creek the high-performing school that it is today. I know I speak for all Laurel Creek staff when I say that we would lovingly and with open arms welcome any Oak Hill staff members, any students and their families to our school family that we have built. We already have Oak Hill District students on transfers at Laurel Creek already. Please do not change our district. Our neighborhood is growing and starting to thrive in Piper Ridge. We have families from Florida, Massachusetts, Mississippi, New York that have moved in. Recently, we have a family with a 5-year-old already and set to attend Laurel Creek in the fall. This is good for our county. Sending these families to Oak Hill or to Kings Creek is not right when we are 7 minutes to Laurel Creek and 6 minutes to William Lenore. Please vote no for any type of redistricting that would affect our Laurel Creek students and staff. Thank you for listening to me as a passionate teacher and also a very concerned mother for her children. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Max Dyer. I live in the Auld Farm neighborhood and am a lifelong citizen of Caldwell County. And I just want to start by saying thank you for giving us an opportunity to voice an opinion, share our concerns, and also for being willing to do that, knowing that I know you're going to hear a lot of people that disagree with me, and that's a tough decision for you to make. However, I do want to share one perspective. What my family has experienced, being having 3 kids, one at High Brighton who was a student at Laurel Creek and then William Lenore, one at William Lenore who is finishing up his 6th grade year, and then one that who also went to Laurel Creek, and then a 3rd student who we adopted who will enter Laurel Creek hopefully in the next 2 years. And I have to say, first of all, that all of those schools have been wonderful for our kids, just wonderful. Our kids have done extremely well. We've been thoroughly pleased with the administration, the teachers, and their classmates and the relationships that they've developed there, but also the relationships that we've developed as parents involved in things like PTA, sports and sport parenting together, and just other activities there in the schools. My middle schooler was initially the one that said, "What happens to me when this change happens?" And he said, I really don't want to lose all my friends, you know, and so that was kind of our first response. But we also have other factors that weigh on us too. We moved to the house that we are in now about 4 years ago, and we certainly we moved to that house knowing we were staying in the Lower Creek, William Lenore district. So aside from the fact that I do think it will hurt property values potentially, but it certainly is not where we thought we would be had this decision happened before that. The other thing that we deal with a little bit is logistics, having 3 kids that are at such different ages. We actually have found that we lean on our 16-year-old who can drive at least one of those kids to his school every day. And then maybe the bigger logistics even is our ability to be able to be at school functions, to make it to things when they're awarded at 9:30 in the morning, or when they have a parent-teacher conference that we want to participate in, or whatever that might be. And that's very important to us to stay active and involved and engaged in our students' lives. And then finally, we also have we're a mixed family. Our daughter is African American, and I'm somewhat concerned too about the changing dynamics that she would potentially face being moved to a school that's not quite as diverse or doesn't have families that we know. And we've worked very hard to give her those opportunities at her very young age. And then finally, I would just be interested, I guess, to know, and I guess I asked this question with an idea about what the answer is, but I know several families who transfer out of the Oak Hill School District already to be where our children are, and have for several kids in their families and have for several years, and are very happy with that. And I suspect that others would be happy as well. More importantly, my understanding is that not as many people
Time's up.
transfer the other way. Thank you very much. Appreciate you listening.
Thank you.
Now we're going to move forward with phone calls. Please state your name. Are you there?
Yes.
Please state your name.
Monica Holler.
Ms. Holler, please address the board.
I have 2 children that are in currently Oak Hill School District and are on approved transfer. I myself attended Oak Hill School from 1983 to 1992, and I loved my years at Oak Hill. I participated in AG classes, sports, band, chorus, student council, school store, fundraising, after-school daycare, and summer camp through my entire time at Oak Hill. Some of my fondest childhood memories are directly tied to the school. However, I firmly believe that Oak Hill should be closed at this time. The world is growing and changing rapidly, and unfortunately, Oak Hill School cannot keep up. This school has served its time, and the community needs to move forward with accepting this change. I have a 6th grader at William Lenore and a 3rd grader at Lower Creek on approved transfer out of Oak Hill District. And believe me when I say they are a wildcat and a cougar at heart. My children have never attended Oak Hill for the reason that I believe they would have received less opportunities in sports, band, engineering, IT, computer, and an overall lower quality education. I base this on my personal experience in transition from K-8 to high school, as well as knowing firsthand multiple Oak Hill School staff over the years who have transferred their own children out of district for the same reason. Like all parents, I'm adamant on giving my kids opportunities I never had as a child. Personally, Upon feeding into High Brighton, I felt substantially behind my peer group, and despite excelling in the AG program, had to have a tutor in both English and math to catch up during freshman year. My children would feel attacked, offended, and demoted if forced to attend Oak Hill after growing this many years in their current schools. I myself will also be offended, especially on my daughter's behalf, knowing that her perfect grades make her of value to Oak Hill simply to improve their overall statistics and scores. If district lines are changed to keep the schools open and my children's transfers are denied, I will have no problem with moving out of the county to prevent them from attending Oak Hill. I have provided their transportation since kindergarten and received no kind of financial assistance. Parents and families that provide their own way should have a choice in what is best for their children and their personal situations. My kids have established relationships in their current schools, and if they're forced to change schools completely, then this family is finished with Caldwell County schools altogether. This is one circumstance that will not improve enrollment for a school that's underpopulation should have been dealt with at least a decade ago. I will not think twice about leaving Caldwell County permanently. I loved Oak Hill School, but I love my children more. Nostalgia has no place in my kids' education. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please state your name.
Christy Miller.
Please address the board, Ms. Miller.
Okay, the subject I'm more concerned about is the area of transfer restrictions. Currently, I have 2 children who are transfers to Hudson Elementary. The transfer restrictions, if they are put in place at the moment, my middle son, me and his dad are not together anymore, and we started new families, and we both live in 2 different school districts, and I live in Sawmills, and he lives in Bayton. If my children lose their transfer to one school, I'm at risk of having to decide where I need to send my middle son, and we're both at risk of having to decide which siblings go with him to what school. I think it would be beneficial to close Oak Hill so that it's not affecting so many children on transfers. I think that's all.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Please state your name for the record.
Brittany Smith.
Ms. Smith, please address the board.
My child goes to Lower Creek Elementary, and some of the scenarios that we saw last week with trying to save Oak Hill School would send my child to Oak Hill. I'm against that because, for one, I think it's more economical to go ahead and close Oak Hill, which was already voted on, and disperse that small amount of students than have to move a larger amount of students from multiple schools to try to keep that school open. And another reason is it's very much out of our way from where we live. It would add over an hour of driving time in our commute each day just to take our child to that school because we don't live close to Oak Hill. And another reason is I, for one, have considered, if this happens, pulling my child out of school and homeschooling because I don't want my child in a K-8, which is why I looked up school districts when I moved here and moved to the Lower Creek area because that's the school I wanted my children in. And that would kind of force us to put our child in a K-8 when we didn't want that for them. And also, the biggest thing with everything that's going on right now, it seems really just bad taste to try to implement these moves right now when they're already jerked from their classrooms at the end of the year, and then you're going to take students all over the county and move them from teachers and children that they've been with the whole time they've been in school. It just seems like all around it's just a bad idea to try to do that. And it's not convenient for the parents, and it's not convenient for the students that live out here that are now going to be kind of forced to just deal with the move. So I'm definitely not for this.
Is that all you have?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Hello, this is Julia Lovett. I'm principal of Lower Creek Elementary.
Ms. Lovett, please address the board.
Good evening, Chairman Pennell, Vice Chairman Branch, members of the school board, and Dr. Phipps. As principal of Lower Creek Elementary School, I would like to share both historical and current school information that should have a bearing on the Oak Hill School scenarios that were presented from the advisory committee to the board. I've analyzed the enrollment of the school over the past 10 years. In the school year 2015-16, the school population did grow to an enrollment of 421. At that time, a 2-year expansion project began, adding a 4-classroom pod and removing 2 walls from the building's interior to turn 4 small spaces into 2 large classrooms. This investment of capital outlay funding increased the capacity of the school by 6 classrooms with enough room for that large enrollment, establishing a revised school capacity of 426. This new capacity does not calculate the addition of that 4-classroom pod mobile structure. Since that year, the school has also been presented as a closed school, limiting enrollments of transfers, which has in turn brought the enrollment population down to a present enrollment this year of 390. Due to both the building expansion projects and the drop of enrollment, we do presently have room to accommodate up to 36 students. We presently have 4 large rooms that are no longer being utilized as full classroom space. In review of the scenarios involving a change in district lines, there would be at least 78 students affected by a change in district lines, which is 20% of our current population. That alone would reduce our current enrollment to 312, which is 114 below our building capacity. Our building would then be functioning at only 73% capacity, and this decrease does not include the possible impact this scenario would have on our present transfer student population of 129, which is an additional 33% of the school's existing population. A change in the current transfer policy guidelines, along with a change in the school district lines, could in total impact up to 207 students, which is 53% of our current population. Only 47% of the current school population, that's 183 students, would remain as in-district school enrollments, representing only 43% of the school's building capacity. So in summary, our school of 390 students, which is currently functioning below building capacity, could potentially become a school with a district population enrollment of only 183. Lower Creek Elementary does have the capacity to receive a portion of the Oak Hill student population. A gain of enrollment would allow the school to function at a level of efficiency to which the building renovations were completed. In addition, from a social-emotional perspective, transitioning up to 185 students, not collectively, but instead separately, back into multiple schools across the district would be detrimental to those students individually. Lower Creek School wants to play an essential role in the dilemma that is facing the Oak Hill school community. We want to become a home to as many of the Oak Hill children as we can facilitate, and we look forward to the opportunity of embracing those students, parents, and staff members into our Lower Creek family and community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Kathy, can they hear the timer when it goes off?
Please state your name for the record.
Justin Cervero.
Please address the board.
Members of the board, I am deeply concerned about the potential changes to the transfer policy that accompany some of the Oak Hill remediation scenarios. My daughter has attended Davenport since kindergarten, despite the fact that we are in Hudson District. It was important to my wife and I that she have access to the unique opportunities that the A-plus program has to offer. She's now a rising fifth grader. The A-plus program and the teachers and staff of Davenport have helped shape her into a confident and outgoing young lady. I credit her access to the arts programs as a significant contributor to that. In my mind, this is what the transfer policy was built for. Beyond the curriculum helping to mold her, she has built 5 years of relationships with her teachers, mentors, and peers. Davenport, as with every school in the county, is not just a school, it's a community. The Davenport community is built on the transfer policy. Davenport, to my understanding, has a higher percentage of transfer students than most, if not all, of the other schools in the county. Drastically altering the transfer policy, as proposed in scenarios 7 through 9, and disrupting the academic and social settings of so many of the county's children would be devastating. Davenport's community, in particular, would be decimated. Further, it would severely hamper children across the county's opportunities to get an arts integrated education. In light of how this school year has finished, with our kids having no closure and desperately missing their teachers and friends, it would be cruel to further traumatize them by evicting them from the places they have come to know and love. We are all, parents, educators, and administrators, going to face challenges when our children return in the fall. The loss of the last several months of in-person education is going to be a significant academic hurdle for every student in the county. Do not compound that by also displacing a significant number of our kids from the schools and teachers that know them. For some, it's the only school they've ever known. To never allow them to return after such a tumultuous event in their young lives would only make the challenge even greater. I sympathize with the students and parents of Oak Hill. I believe that if a plan can be forged that allows the school to stay open, they deserve that chance. If, in order to facilitate that, the transfer policy needs to be altered, then doing so must be done in a compassionate and phase-based approach. Restricting new transfers and allowing existing students to matriculate to their home district would seem to be the most appropriate way to accomplish those goals. Further, I would encourage the board to consider Davenport's unique place in our system when formulating a new transfer policy. It would be unfair to the future generations of Caldwell County children to take away any opportunity they might have to experience what my daughter has. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Chairman Piddle, we had 3 other callers, but we could not get them on the line. So we are going to move on to the written statements. The written statements were recorded earlier today by various members of the Caldwell County staff. I have a total of 3 hours and 20 minutes for these recordings. If you need a break, please let me know and we will stop the recording, take a break, and come back again. We have tried very hard to capture every single comment today, but there were so many, if some slipped through the cracks, they will be given to the board. Again, your comments will be delivered to the board in writing, so they will have a written paper in front of them to go back and reference.
This is a written statement from Amanda Scoggin. To whom it may concern, I am an educator at Lower Creek Elementary School. This is my 9th year at the school. The scenarios that have been presented are concerning to me for Lower Creek Elementary School and the surrounding community. I am saddened by the fact that we are discussing closing Oak Hill School. I am also saddened by the fact that some of the possible scenarios to keep it open rip apart in an established school community. I know that there is a great value in K-8 school. 4 generations of my family have gone to school, including myself. It was a wonderful school with wonderful opportunities. If scenarios 7, 8, and 9 are adopted, that will be devastating to Lower Creek Elementary School. Lower Creek would lose 77 students automatically. Those 77 students would be put in Oak Hill District or Kings Creek District, depending upon the scenario. This would cause Lower Creek to lose 3 teachers, possibly more. Also, transfer policy would be amended, and this is the wording from the notice. Any of our 129 transfer students may be reassigned to their home schools. It seems that misinformation has been put out that Lower Creek Elementary School would be overcrowded if Oak Hill closes. This is untrue, as we are not at capacity. We have been close to capacity, and a pod was added that gave us the room we needed to expand and grow. Our capacity is 426 students, and we are currently at 80 students. The students do not need to be split between Dudley Elementary and Lower Creek Elementary because overwhelming one school would not be good for the students. I understand Oak Hill closing would mean everyone is displaced from that school. We have been told that all of the teachers would have a job if they want to continue working for the county. All of the children would have a school to go to. These children would move to higher performing schools with different opportunities than a K-8 can give them. Lower Creek Elementary School is rated as a B school and is always in the top 3 for science, reading, and math scores. We work as a team to support our students and families academically and emotionally. Our county needs to save money. How do scenarios 7, 8, and 9 accomplish this? It seems the only purpose of those scenarios is to keep Oak Hill open while, in my opinion, destroying Lower Creek. Oak Hill has known their school was in danger and has had ample time to prepare for tonight's public hearing at the board meeting. Lower Creek community was only informed of a potential. Amanda Scoggin.
This is a statement submitted by Amber Griffiths. Members of the board, I would like you to greatly consider eliminating Plan 8 and 9. When my husband and I purchased our home, we did so with school district being our main priority. Our children attended another Caldwell County school prior to this purchase and have made major improvements since the move to their current schools. If I would have wanted my children at Oak Hill or High Brighton, I would have purchased in that school district. My daughter is a current student at Dudley in the 1st grade. She has ADHD and speech issues. She has received the best of the best at Dudley and is no longer in need of speech or EC help. She recently tested high enough to be pulled from those classes. Her achievements are because of her hard work, but also the wonderful teachers at Dudley Shoals. They go above and beyond to help her reach her goals. My son is a current 6th grader at Granite Middle. He is very involved at school. He is a member of Unified Champions as well as a member of the baseball team. He has developed many relationships with teachers, coaches, and other staff in just his 1st year. He works very hard to keep good grades so that he can be a part of these programs. He has worked very hard towards making the Granite Middle baseball team, and it is not okay for that to be taken from him. I believe if you redistrict, you will be taking away both of my children's drive, and they will not perform well at Oak Hill. After learning of the possibility of being moved to Oak Hill, they both said they would rather be homeschooled than have to move to Oak Hill. I understand that you have to make budget cuts, and I don't understand how moving additional kids to Oak Hill will help because you will still have that school in your budget. I have been in Oak Hill school recently, and it is in poor condition. Why would you consider taking my children from a fairly new school in a school that is being remodeled to a school that is in bad shape? When it comes time for my children to go to high school, they would be on the bus for hours. We are off Reed Road, and that is at the end of the proposed line for redistricting. In a regular vehicle, it would take approximately 30 minutes from here to High Brighton with school traffic. Your decision isn't just about the inconvenience, stress, and worry you will be causing us parents. It is most importantly about children's future, happiness, and well-being. If you proceed to consider moving my children, it will greatly impact their life. They have worked too hard to be set back in their goals. Please take this into great consideration when making your decision. Thanks, Amber Griffiths.
Written statement from Amber Sluter. I do not agree with the reassignment of the Lower Creek students. Also, I do not understand how the Oak Hill community has had many months to prepare their case and our Lower Creek and William Lenore families are only getting a few days. It makes no sense to have the students that live in the Piper Ridge community and surrounding communities make the commute into the country. It is out of the way for the parents' job locations. Many of the people that live in the current Lower Creek district have relocated here to make sure that their children attend Lower Creek. Some Oak Hill students have even had a transfer so that they can also attend Lower Creek Elementary. Lower Creek Elementary is a family. It does not need to be split. What is this information going around about a charter school? Amber Sluter.
This is a written statement from Amy Dunlap. Hello, Chairman Pennell and members of the Caldwell County Board of Education. My name is Amy Dunlap. I am grateful for the opportunity to offer input on the matters surrounding the possible closure of Oak Hill School. As elected representatives of the people of Caldwell County, your community is grateful for working to ensure the best interest and success for all of our children. While I empathize with folks on all ends of the spectrum that will be affected by the proposed changes, emotions are not relevant in this decision-making process. As a parent of a rising kindergartner, I've tried to do my homework about all the possible scenarios that have been proposed. The data I've found shows that Oak Hill School currently has better than average student-to-teacher ratios, in theory allowing more attention per student than at nearby schools. Yet despite this great advantage, Oak Hill School consistently performs below the state average, suggesting that most students currently enrolled in Oak Hill may be performing below grade level. As a parent and citizen, this is extremely concerning considering some of your proposed options will pluck students from higher performing schools and force them into Oak Hill District, seemingly to prop up an underperforming, low attendance, cost ineffective school. The most logical option is to move forward with the closure of Oak Hill School and reassign those students and teachers to nearby higher performing schools while reducing the financial burden to Caldwell County. One additional ironic observation to note with some of the proposed options is that if William Lenore Middle School was a student, it would no longer be in district for William Lenore Middle School. These options are obviously not logical, efficient, or cost-effective plans where bus routes and transportations are concerned. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a wonderful evening. Amy Dunlop.
This statement was provided by Amy Miller. Greetings. I'm writing today with great concern for my Lower Creek 5th grader. My number one concern, of course, is his well-being. That being said, I believe the best options for our whole county are number 2 and number 5. I have a few thoughts to share with you. First, I realize the point of view of many of the Oak Hill parents is nostalgia. Not wanting to close a school that's been open for so many years, many of them went there as kids. The sad fact is that Oak Hill has been an underperforming school for years now and has been under poor leadership. Many of the Oak Hill students have already transferred to other schools due to these facts. About 1/3 of transfers to Lower Creek are from Oak Hill already. I certainly do not want my child to be transferred to a school where he will not be academically challenged or have room to grow and succeed. That is, in regards to my son, to include Kings Creek, where we live. Second, I'm not sure of the exact numbers, but I believe Oak Hill only has about 100 students and teachers combined. I don't understand the feasibility of disrupting Dudley Shoals with 250 or so students, Lower Creek with 350 or so students, William Lenore with 450 or so students, and High Brighton High School with 850 or so students to accommodate Oak Hill School with only 80 or so students. The teachers and students at Oak Hill can easily be placed in other schools without affecting other schools' children and their transfers that have been on file for years. I don't think the parents of Oak Hill have considered the huge impact this would have on the other kids in schools. William Lenore has a brand new building that is nowhere near capacity. It can easily absorb a few Oak Hill middle school age children. The Oak Hill students will be able to join better performing schools and have so many more activity options. Third, William Lenore and High Brighton have club opportunities, encores, superior ratings from MPA, and other various competitions. K-8 schools just do not offer these opportunities. With just a part-time music teacher, my son has been looking forward to playing in the band for years. These schools also excel at sports, whereas the K-8 schools have next to no sporting options. Sports generally affect students in their friendships and scholarship opportunities. My son, personally, has been taking jiu-jitsu for years and would like to join the wrestling team at William Lenore. I know Kings Creek and Oak Hill do not have wrestling teams. Fourth, sadly, this is probably the most important factor to the county as a whole, finances. By closing Oak Hill, the county's education budget would decrease by about $1 million. I've heard the school board is trying to find ways to get us out of a financial hole. Having one less financially draining school would allow us to purchase more supplies, field trips, and possibly more teachers for the remaining schools that are thriving. Members of the Oak Hill community need to understand that their school is no longer efficient. Other students should not suffer just to keep the school open. It is a short commute to Lower Creek, William Lenore, or Dudley Shoals, and the Oak Hill students will only be better for this change. Last, I have a personal statement for my Lower Creek 5th grader, looking forward to his next step in this educational journey. This has been a tough school year for these kids. They have missed their final field days, 5th grade graduation, and getting to sign yearbooks with their friends. Please. This statement was provided by Amy Miller. Greetings. I'm writing today with great concern for my Lower Creek 5th grader.
Written statement from Angela Cassava. Thank you for listening again to public comments regarding Oak Hill School. Some comments are strictly business and numbers, while others are heartfelt pleas. Both matter. We need to stop saying the decision about Oak Hill School's fate is strictly a business decision and that we have to remove emotion from it. That is not reality. We all want to protect what is most important to us, our kids. I've had conversations with people who up until recently didn't care if Oak Hill closed or not. That was until some of the scenarios they were made aware of affected them and where their child goes to school. Now they have a strong opinion and want Oak Hill to close so that their lives are not affected and their child won't have to change schools. My response to them was, maybe now more people can understand how everyone at Oak Hill is feeling. If you feel that passionate about your child being forced to move from the school they are used to, that's the same devastation all of Oak Hill is feeling. Emotions do matter, most of all to our kids. It is no secret that more and more resources are being allocated to mental health support in our school systems today. Imagine upsetting the 1,800 plus transfers and what that would mean to those students. The committee formed to help with the Oak Hill decision may not have been a fair representation to those affected. It was made up of quality people, but most of them will feel no impact to their families from their decision. They are able to see it as strictly business, and that is not fair to those truly affected. This is not a standard business decision about the construction of a spec house or about what product to discontinue. We need to respect that this decision is further reaching and will affect the lives of people in our communities. The budget issue was not created overnight, and we should not be trying to solve it overnight. Our goal should be to keep all of our beloved schools open, as well as allowing transfers of choice as we have been doing. Redistricting for incoming kindergartners may be a viable option moving forward. Reallocating budget monies between all Caldwell County schools in order to provide resources where they are most needed each year takes a group effort and group sacrifices. Let's solve the budget issue together, with all schools being involved. Leonardo da Vinci said, "Knowing isn't enough, we must apply. Being willing isn't enough, we must do." Let's do it together. Let's consider business decisions and the well-being of those impacted by them. Thank you. Angela Cassava. Written statement from Angela Crane. Hi, my child will be an 8th grader at William Lenore Middle School next year. We live in the Oak Hill district. When she started school, I did my research, and Oak Hill had low test scores and really not much to offer academically or extracurricular activities. I've never been a fan of K-8 schools because I felt like the child suffered socially and would be a huge shock entering high school. We ended up sending her to Davenport A+. I spent 6 years on PTA and was at all school functions. We had an excellent experience at Davenport. She experienced the violin, recorder, drums, art, performed in talent shows, chorus, and they even put on Madagascar for their 5th grade play. She made many friends, white, black, and Hispanic. She would not have experienced that at Oak Hill. Now she is in middle school at William Lenore. She has made straight A's since she has started middle school. She checked Power School daily to stay on top of her grades. She's in Beta Club. She participates in team sports. She loves chorus, and this year she took Den chorus as well. She read over 1,000,000 words in 6th grade and had already read over 1,000,000 words before they left school in March. She has had great relationships with her friends. She's even ready to go back to school. She misses the normalcy and most of all her friends. I send you all this to tell you please don't send my child to Oak Hill, especially for her last year at middle school. I don't see the point in uprooting all these children. My vote is to close Oak Hill. Thank you, Angela Crane.
This is a statement from Anna Bruton. My name is Anna Bruton. As a child, I attended Lower Creek, and now I have the privilege to teach 2nd grade there. I love giving back to the community that gave me so much when I was growing up. I love my job, and I love my students. The idea that I could lose my students and possibly my job to save a school that has a C on a report card and only has 71 students in elementary school is very upsetting to me. It would be detrimental to my school and my community to redraw the districts. I keep hearing that our school is overcrowded and redrawing the lines would be helpful to our school. That is not the case. Our current enrollment number is 390 and our capacity is 426. We got close to the capacity enrollment years ago and we added a pod with 4 additional classrooms. We have the space and we could accommodate up to half of Oak Hill's 71 elementary students. If we lose 77 children that could be redistricted and our 129 transfer students, we will lose 8 teacher positions at our school, and we would be put in the same position that Oak Hill is in right now. Our community stands behind our school, but Oak Hill community has had several months to gather support, and we have only had days. Our school is at a disadvantage at this time. If saving money and putting the best interest of the county as a whole is the board's goal, then I say then we should reject scenarios 7, 8, and 9 as they seem to keep Oak Hill School open with no regard to the cost to the rest of the county schools. Thank you for your consideration and time. Anna Bruton.
Written statement from Anna and John Josie. As parents of a student at Lower Creek Elementary School and residents of Cedar Rock, we vehemently oppose the transfer of Cedar Rock students from Lower Creek to Oak Hill. This move is not in the best interest of these children. While it is unfortunate that the student population at Oak Hill has fallen, it makes more sense to move those students and close a school that no longer has enough students to justify it remaining open. Respectfully submitted, Anna and John Josie, Lower Creek Elementary School parents.
We take a break?
We take a break.
Thank you.
You want to recess for now?
Do I hear a motion we recess for a few minutes? Second? Second. All right. All those in favor? Aye. We are recessed.
Was submitted by Anna Sparks. Our family
Come back out of recess.
Okay, do I hear a motion that we continue the meeting coming out of recess here?
I move that we continue our hearing.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we are ready to.
This statement was submitted by Anna Sparks. Our family has been a part of the Oak Hill School family for 8 years. We love the school because it is the heart of the community. Our children are loved and feel safe at this school. Each child is known by name and by every staff member. I think it is unfortunate that so many kids in our district have missed out on the opportunities that our school offers due to being easily granted transfers. It is far more than meets the eye of an older building with squeaky floors. Our children have gained confidence in not only education but life skills while attending Oak Hill School. Our school is truly a family where everyone is looked after by one another regardless of what grade you're in, what you wear, or other social norms. The cliques that exist at other schools do not here. There is no bullying, there is love, friendship, and trust. I think that it is unfair to treat our school and the children attending as something that can be so easily rearranged to meet budget cuts and make up for the lack of funds in other areas. The children will be so heartbroken to find out that they left their school on Friday in March for the last time. Over 100 kids will start school out of district next school year, only to be moved into another school district later on. The social development of our children most certainly has an effect on the education they receive. This will have a huge effect on all of these children, especially in light of the current COVID-19 situation we all are enduring. This is not the year for such drastic changes in their educational paths. I feel confident knowing my children will return in the fall to Oak Hill School and everything possible will be done to get us right back where we need to be. I can't imagine that after all the change both children and teachers alike have suffered this school year, that the board could feel it would be a responsible decision to add this to the list. I hope you will find a way to make sure this does not happen. No child left behind. Our kids matter too. Sincerely, Anna Sparks. This statement is provided.
A written statement by Anonymous. I am a strong believer that Oak Hill School should be closed. My daughter is a straight A student at Lower Creek Elementary School. She loves her school, her teachers, and her peers. Even her schoolwork, the teachers make that a possibility. I think the students who would come from Oak Hill to Lower Creek Elementary School would benefit from it in every way, from the extracurricular activities to the amazing staff, and most importantly, the outstanding good grades and test scores. LCES has been in the top 3 of test scores for several years. I am fearful that the students as a whole will fall behind if they are relocated to Oak Hill. The students at Lower Creek Elementary School, as well as the students from other districts that will be affected, should not be pulled from the school that they love and make good grades at. Please consider this and close Oak Hill School. Thank you for your time.
This statement was provided by Brooke Craig. Good afternoon, Caldwell County School Board. I want to start by expressing my gratitude for all you have accomplished this school year for the Caldwell County Schools. I have always been a believer in our district, and I know the wonderful things that we as a county can bring to the table. I am overjoyed that we have a superintendent who believes in the power of solid education as well as a great working environment. I can't thank you and Dr. Phipps enough for the positivity that you have brought to our community. Now, I want to make sure and share my personal opinion with you about the closure of Oak Hill School. As an educator at Davenport A+, as well as a parent to a student in the Caldwell County Schools, I understand the emotional side of the closure. I have no doubt that the tension and pressure is heavy for parents and staff at Oak Hill School. However, as a professional, I know that the financial part of this is imperative for our district to come out of this struggle. I am saddened for the staff and students at Oak Hill School, but I feel that closing the school and dispersing the students is the right move to make in order for our county to move in the right direction. In the provided scenarios for the next year, numbers 7 to 9 bring me great worry. Our school has 200 plus transfer students who all have rich academic, cultural, and positive experiences to add to the wonderful atmosphere at Davenport. I know you have visited our school multiple times, my classroom to read included, and I have no doubt that you can feel the positive and enlightening diversity. Our school has had the best year this year, with the change in administration offering opportunities for our community relationships to flourish. I am fearful that stronger transfer guidelines would cause parents who love and embrace the arts integration piece of our school to be removed from Davenport. I'm also concerned about the ratio of children to adults causing us to not have enough enrollment to keep Jenny Fry as our assistant principal. Jenny has been a blessing to us all by having positive relationships with parents and students alike. Our behavioral concerns have more than halved with the leadership of Jessica and Jenny. I love the appreciation for art, cultural diversity, and inclusive atmosphere at Davenport, and I am fearful that Oak Hill remaining open will take that from our school. Thank you for listening to the concerns of parents and educators alike. I do not envy the board in having to make the upcoming decision, but feel confident that we have the most caring, qualified, and level-headed people making this decision for our district. Again, this was submitted by Brooke Craig.
This is a written statement from Buck Deal. Thank you for this opportunity to share a plan that I believe will offer more effective cost savings than the closure of Oak Hill School alone. First of all, the information that was presented to the advisory committee on April 23rd showed that scenario number 2 and number 3, which close Oak Hill School, eliminates 4 teachers, which is about a $280,000 in savings. Scenario number 9 keeps Oak Hill School open and eliminates 3 teachers, which is about $210 savings. The difference in savings between these 2 scenarios amounts to the salary plus benefits package of 1 teacher, or about $70,000. Second, I want to submit the outline of a plan that will offer much more in long-term savings. Part A, move West Lenoir students to Valmead, making Valmead a full K-5 school. This should better utilize the Valmead facility. This saves the cost of 1 principal and the associated administrative overhead cost. Valmead should qualify for all teachers to be state funded. Part B, move Horizon students to West Lenoir and place them on the 2nd floor. Part C, move Gateway students to West Lenoir and place them on the 1st floor. This should save the cost of 1 principal and the associated administrative overhead costs. This closes 2 buildings that carry no deep roots into the community currently. It provides a more central location for Gateway and therefore should save on busing costs. We now spend $3 million on these 99 students. We should save a significant portion, maybe even $500,000 to $1 million. Part D, if having both Horizon and Gateway students at West Lenoir is deemed not advisable, then move Horizon students to Whitnall Elementary, using their extra space with an assistant principal reporting to the Whitnall school principal. This saves the cost of 1 principal and the associated administrative cost. Part E, keep Oak Hill School open and implement scenario number 9 for Oak Hill and Kings Creek. This should yield 200 plus students at Oak Hill, plus adds the student membership at Kings Creek. It solves the immediate crisis for overcrowding issues at both Laura Creek and William Lenoir. It drops Laura Creek's enrollment to 73.3% and William Lenoir to 86.9%. Keeps class sizes below 30 at William Lenoir and provides the room needed for future growth at both schools. It also leaves them in good shape to meet state guidelines for reduction in class size in the future, especially if the state mandates even smaller class sizes due to the fallout from the coronavirus. Oak Hill and Kings Creek should qualify for all teachers to be state funded.
Written statement from Carly Schwartz. I support whatever the board decides regarding Oak Hill remaining opening or closed. However, I do not support revoking transfers from students who have applied and been approved for transfers, especially those in grades 3 through 5. These students have already experienced enough trauma. They need to return to a familiar environment where they feel safe and can be with friends. I could more easily support revoking transfers of K-2 students, as those children have not formed the strong bonds and relationships as have the older students. Exceptions need to be made for older students with siblings. With whatever decision is made, please keep in consideration space for the smaller size K-3 classroom requirements waived for 1 year. Carly Schwartz.
Written statement by Carol Deal, Oak Hill Community. Why Oak Hill Elementary School needs to stay open. Number 1, no kid needs to ride an hour and a half plus on a bus twice a day. That adds up to over 3 hours a day on a bus. Some of our Oak Hill kids live further out in the country. Their day might be even longer. That would add up to a 9-hour or more day for these kids. Then they have to do homework. Number 2, there is already overcrowding at the neighboring schools where our Oak Hill school students would be farmed out to go. A teacher cannot possibly teach effectively to a crowd of students. Therefore, some students will fall behind due to the lack of time for individual teaching. This is unfair to the teacher and unfair to the students. Test scores will likely go down. One teacher said 1 year she had 33 students and she got little teaching done for settling the behavior problems. That year was a disaster, she said. This might look good on paper, but you haven't experienced teaching in a crowded classroom in today's school environment. This could eventually result in teacher burnout. You are nowhere near making a good decision. Number 3, you should be getting feedback from the affected schools by now, and from what I have heard, they are not favorable responses. Nobody wants this. Number 4, no one knows how the coronavirus will affect classroom size this fall. The Caldwell Community College is already having to decide how to conduct classes. What are you going to do with crowded classrooms? Where will the kids go? Have you given any thought to that? Number 5, traffic is already a nightmare at Lower Creek and WLMS. You would just be adding to the problem, causing more delays and impatient parents and accidents. Number 6, if our Oak Hill kids are moved to the other schools, there is fear that teachers, kids, and parents might take the resentment out on our Oak Hill kids for being moved in and crowding them. Number 7, instead of building on to other schools cost-wise, it's better judgment to occupy the schools you have. They would have more room for kids and smaller class size and therefore better for the kids and teachers. Equalize the population. The bottom line is leaving Oak Hill School open makes it a better situation for teachers, children, parents, and families. Number 8, also our present open transfer policy effectively eliminates school district lines, leaving the school system in an out-of-control mess with student population inequities everywhere. We need a transfer policy that is scrutinized by a transfer committee and limits transfers to those that are only confirmed as justified and necessary. To implement this new transfer policy, a grace period of 1 to 2 years, maybe more in very special situations, should be allowed for a student to remain at the current school attended. It may also be necessary from time to time to move district lines, which this proposed new transfer policy would make for smoother transitions. Please consider all of the aforementioned statements seriously before making a final decision. Thank you, Carol Deal.
Written statement from Carolyn. I think the busing of children from Dudley to schools other than their feeder to Granite Falls Middle would be a terrible injustice to them. It seems to me the only students that should be routed to other school locations will be those it directly affects, Oak Hill. Those students should be allowed to go wherever it is closer or of their choice. Please reconsider this particular move. Carolyn.
This statement was provided by Cassandra Barlow. I realize this is a difficult decision due to the long history of Oak Hill School. We currently live right across, literally, the street from William Lenore Middle School. With 2 of the proposed plans, it will put us driving 15 to 20 minutes each way just to take our son to school, when he can almost throw a rock to both Lower Creek Elementary and William Lenore Middle School. We currently live in this home with a large part due to our son being in this school district. It is completely unfair to take this away from him and us and all of the others this would affect. If it takes force in changing the districts to ones that make no sense just to get students at Oak Hill School, I believe the school should be closed. Our son will be attending Lower Creek, William Lenore, and High Brighton. This is a district we chose to actually live in and pay to live in. Please take into consideration how unfair those two options would be to the people who actually send their children to school districts they pay and choose to live in. It would make better sense to close Oak Hill School and to divide the children who attend Oak Hill into the other schools in our area based on where their homes are. Thank you for your time. Cassandra Barlow.
Written statement by Kate Shiles. Dear board members, I am writing to express my perspective on the potential closing of Oak Hill Elementary School. As a parent of an elementary school student, I understand how attached to a school a child can be. My son, third grade Davenport student, loves his school and has made this very clear throughout his time there. When we faced the prospect of moving recently, his only question was if he could continue to attend Davenport. I am an educator myself, and I realize the importance of place for the teaching and learning process. Schools, even elementary schools, can solicit a sense of pride and fondness into the adult years, felt by the students, the teachers and staff, and the community. However, this does not mean that a district should never consider closing a school. When necessary, it is not a decision to take lightly and is sure to lead to impassioned ideas on any side of the issue. My understanding of the decision to close Oak Hill School is that it is no longer financially responsible to keep the school open. I believe that the school needs extensive repairs and only serves 144 students in kindergarten through 8th grade. The goal of any decision relating to the education of students in these types of situations should be to do the least harm. I have no doubt that the Oak Hill students, alumni, community, and faculty and staff will be emotional about closing the school. They have every right to have those feelings. But as I said, the goal should be to do the least harm. If we remember that goal, the only sensible decision is to close Oak Hill and reassign those students to another school. All options that include keeping Oak Hill open would needlessly disrupt the lives of many more than 144 students. As far as what reassignment makes the most sense, I am not familiar enough with the area to make that call. I do believe that it would be best to make the decision for the 2020-2021 school year. I appreciate you reaching out to the community on this issue, and thank you for taking the time to read my thoughts. Sincerely, Kate Shiles. Written statement by Kathy Loss. Dear Caldwell County School Board members, I truly appreciate your service to us, your community, especially during these difficult and uncertain times. Everybody is facing difficult and confusing decisions that we wish weren't in front of us now or ever. I am sure each of you is as overwhelmed as each of us reaching out to you is. So thank you for serving on our school board and for hearing our concerns. It has been brought to our attention that you are meeting tonight to discuss the possible closing of Oak Hill School. I have been advised that if Oak Hill School is kept open, it will have adverse effects on the other schools in Caldwell County. I understand these changes could mean taking young children from many, if not all, elementary schools in our county and transferring them to Oak Hill School. I also understand it could mean removing teachers from many, if not all, elementary schools in our county and transferring them to Oak Hill School. It seems to me that it would be in the best interest of all involved to close Oak Hill School, transfer those students and teachers to the other schools in the county, thereby saving money and improving all of the school's enrollments and teaching staff. For this reason, I strongly oppose scenarios 7, 8, and 9. As a grandparent of 3 students at Lower Creek Elementary School, I have been made aware that LCES has room for and would warmly welcome students from the Oak Hill School community. LCES is a top-notch school with outstanding parental support. Oak Hill students and families would greatly benefit from becoming a part of the LCES family. I thank you for hearing my concern and pray you will make the best decision for all of the students in our county, not just the ones in the Oak Hill community. Kathy Loss.
Written statement from Corey McCall. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Corey McCall, and I am a first grade teacher at Davenport School. I am writing to you in regards to the decision you will be making for Oak Hill School. I support options 4 through 6. All of our students and staff left school on March 13th, unaware that we would not be returning to school for the remainder of the year. Students and staff across the county need as much normalcy as possible in the upcoming school year. But I do believe that closing Oak Hill in the 2021-2022 school year would make the most financial sense and be best for our county as a whole. I understand that the Oak Hill community will be deeply affected by the closing of their school. I do not take that lightly, but I ask you to look at the impact it will have on the entire county if you decide to keep Oak Hill open. Hundreds of transfer students across the county will be impacted if you revise the transfer policy in options 7 through 9. Davenport's students, staff, and school culture will be greatly changed if transfer students are sent to their home schools instead of Davenport. Students and staff will be uprooted all across the county if Oak Hill remains open. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my statement, and thank you for all you do for our schools and children in this county. Corey McCall.
This is a written statement from Craig Bruton. I live in Lower Creek, and all 3 of my children attended Lower Creek Elementary School. I think that Lower Creek is a great school. I do not want to see our community dissected. I think that the board should reject scenarios 7, 8, and 9. Craig Bruton.
This statement was provided by Crystal Lohman. Hello, I hope you are all doing well. I was an Oak Hill School staff member from 2004 to 2019, and while I am happy at my new school, I have to let you know my feelings of the Oak Hill family. I say the Oak Hill family because if you have ever been a part of the Oak Hill School, you refer to it and past members as family. If Oak Hill closes, the heart of that community and family will be broken. So many children who have struggles with their own family rely on Oak Hill staff, members, and their support system to get them through their struggles. Being such a small school, they think of everyone as their second family, and they share so much of not only what they do at school, but what happens in their life, and they lean on each other. A lot of children in the Oak Hill community have never been away from their parents or grandparents and have a hard time adjusting to school. They have never gone to a babysitter, daycare, etc. Being at a smaller school helps them to adjust to their new normal away from their families because they become a part of another family. I don't know what the answer of keeping Oak Hill open is because I know whatever the decision will be will affect all of the Caldwell County Schools community. But I just wanted to share feelings of someone who is a part of the Oak Hill School family. Thank you for reading my email and for everything you all do for the Caldwell County School community. Crystal Lohman.
This is a written statement from Cynthia Feemster. Hi, I am writing to express my thoughts on Oak Hill School. While I value the small setting of Oak Hill, I see the outstanding benefits provided by the other schools without taking away the personal feel of those schools. With a school that small, these resources can be used in other places. For the sake of the school, the students of Caldwell County, and surrounding schools, I believe closing Oak Hill will be the option helping the most people. I have kids on transfers to other schools of choice. They love their school and do not want to switch them. They will be in 4th, 2nd, and kindergarten next year. Sincerely, Cynthia Feemster. This is a written statement from Dana Cable. Thank you everyone for your time and attention in this matter. I am a classroom teacher at Lower Creek Elementary School. I have 3 questions. 1. Has Lower Creek been given equitable preparation time for this hearing? I first learned there could be an impact on Lower Creek Elementary this past Wednesday. Over Mother's Day weekend, I was made aware of the specifics. To say I feel blindsided by the fact we may lose up to 200 students, 77 to Oak Hill, and possibly 129 transfer students, and 8 teachers to this is an understatement. 2. My understanding is the goal is to save money. How do scenarios 7 through 9 save money for Caldwell County Schools? Any scenario is going to cause emotional hardship. One set of scenarios causes hardship for Oak Hill and another set for Lower Creek. Putting emotion aside, what is the best fact-based decision that meets the needs of the county? 3. Haven't we been through enough this year with COVID-19? Do we really want to be the county that reassigns its elementary students and revokes transfers during a worldwide pandemic? In my 25 years with Caldwell County Schools, I have seen that we are better than that. What can we do to keep everything in place as it is until 2021-2022 school year? Thank you again for your time. Dana Cable.
Hello, I am Dee Dee Hubbard. I feel there is a misconception in the community that Lower Creek Elementary School is overcrowded and that keeping Oak Hill open and changing district lines will in fact help Lower Creek Elementary School with its overcrowded situation. This is not the case. Lower Creek Elementary School can gladly accommodate those children that would be absorbed from Oak Hill. Here are the numbers. The Lower Creek Elementary School building capacity is 426 students. Lower Creek Elementary School has a current enrollment to date of 390 students. When Lower Creek Elementary School numbers were at their highest at 430 students, a modular unit was added to alleviate classroom overcrowding. If or when the district lines are redrawn, it appears that Lower Creek Elementary School would lose 77 students that are currently enrolled in a district, as well as 129 students that are currently on an approved transfer. This scenario would potentially put Lower Creek Elementary School at a school with less than 300 students with an estimated 190 enrollment population, which in turn would force Lower Creek Elementary School to lose approximately 3 teachers and reduce Lower Creek Elementary School to a part-time encore rotation schedule with encore teachers being shared with, I assume, Oak Hill. Here is my question. Is it really beneficial to take a high-performing school with a B score and dissect it in order to preserve another? I understand the concerns of Oak Hill community because sequentially it now appears, according to the district scenarios, that Lower Creek Elementary School could find themselves in a very same situation the Oak Hill community currently finds themselves in. The facts are that Oak Hill community was made aware of drastic changes they were facing. However, the Lower Creek community was only made aware of the drastic and potentially devastating changes to its school and community on Thursday, May 7th. How could the district make such an egregious oversight? Concerned educator, Dee Dee Hubbard.
This statement is provided by Debbie Stevens. My name is Deborah Stevens. I have lived in Oak Hill all my life. I have 4 generations that have attended Oak Hill. My mother, myself, my children, my grandchildren all have or are attending now. Please don't close our school. I now have a new grandson and I want him to attend Oak Hill School. Thank you. Debbie Stevens.
Written statement from Emily Hillis. I've looked over all 9 scenarios for the Oak Hill School proposal. Scenarios 7 through 9 should never happen. Redistricting should not even be on the table. I am a parent and an educator at Lower Creek Elementary. I have 3 kids currently in the Lower Creek District.
This is a written statement from Erica Murphy. Dear Caldwell County School Board, as I reviewed the redistricting maps of Oak Hill School, I was astonished to see that 2 of the scenarios would remove my child from Lower Creek School. As a homeowner in the Lower Creek community, school district has always been the top factor in where I choose to live. Redirecting school districts would greatly impact the real estate market. If scenarios 7 and 9 takes place, that would cause redirection of my child to Oak Hill or Kings Creek. I live 3 miles from Lower Creek School. It takes us 5 minutes to arrive at school. If I'm forced to attend Oak Hill/Kings Creek, it would then force me to drive 10 miles, in parentheses 20 minutes, to drop off and then again for pickup. That is absolutely absurd to me. If either of these scenarios take place, then I will pull my child from Caldwell County Public Schools and make the decision to homeschool my children. I have always valued community involvement, and that is why we attend public school. However, These circumstances greatly impact the faith that I have in our school board community. I would much rather put my financial support towards something that I feel confident in. If that happens to be outside the county for homeschooling co-ops, then that is what I will choose. I feel the school board should have been more strict on allowing transfer requests in the past, thus possibly preventing the circumstances we are in now. Furthermore, I would like to address the fact that the school board has released this information only 3 days before the scheduled meeting. This is very deceptive and not ample time for responses from the community. Many fellow neighbors do not realize the impact that these redistricting options will cause. I am saddened for the Oak Hill community. However, if a decision must be made, then a decision is to close the school would impact a smaller portion than if you choose to remain open and completely rearrange school districts, which I feel will cause far more damage. Thank you for your time and consideration. Erica Murphy.
This statement was provided by Gina Irvin. I'm reaching out concerning the future of Oak Hill School. I'm sure by now you have heard many arguments from all sides on reasons that the school should close or stay open. As a parent with a child that would potentially be affected, I'm writing to address my concern. Scenarios 7, 8, and 9 could potentially take my child out of a school where he lives 1.4 miles from our house to put him at a school that would be 7 to 8 miles from our home. My son does not ride the bus. I actually take him to school. I work in Hickory and drop him off every morning as I head to work. Unfortunately, as a single mother, I work until 6 p.m. each evening and depend on his 79-year-old grandmother to pick him up at school each day. It has worked out due to our short distance from the school, but I feel that moving him either to Oak Hill or Kings Creek would present an issue for her to pick him up. I realize these are personal issues, but never did I fear living so close to the school that I would ever be faced with the possibility that my son would have to go to school elsewhere. While I feel for the parents and children at Oak Hill, and I hate that they are faced with the potential closing of their school, I don't feel that it is fair to make such a tremendous change to children at so many county schools just to keep Oak Hill open. I personally want my son at Lower Creek for the fact that they have such a well put together staff and they work together to help Lower Creek rank as one of the best elementary schools in the county. While Oak Hill students may be losing their beloved school, they may also be gaining a chance at being a part of a school that has performed better than Oak Hill with testing and in other categories. I ask you to please consider that the above scenarios will change so many things for so many people. I realize closing Oak Hill will increase class sizes at the other schools, but I believe that it will be best for all involved, even though I'm sure the parents fighting to keep Oak Hill open would not agree. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my personal concern, and I pray for the board as they make this decision. Thank you, Gina Irvin. This statement is provided by Greg and Tina Wilson. Board members, we can understand the budgetary implications and the reasoning for closing the Oak Hill School. However, we would like to respectfully urge you to find a way to accomplish this necessary, albeit unpleasant, task without impacting existing transfer students throughout the county. Relocating students who have already been approved for a transfer and have been at their respective schools for multiple years would be an unnecessary hardship on both the student and their families. Thank you for your time and consideration, and thank you for the work that you do for our schools. Greg and Tina Wilson. This statement was provided by Heather Everhart. Dear members of the Caldwell County School Board, I'm writing to you today on behalf of my 6-year-old son. This is my son's first year of school. He has been a kindergartner at Lower Creek this year via a transfer. We live in the Kings Creek School District. We were granted the transfer due to the responsibility of child care falling to me. My husband and I both work full-time, with his schedule sometimes not consistent due to his work. I work within a half a mile from Lower Creek, and my work has been very gracious to allow me to pick up my son after school. I'm also the one that drops him off each morning. If the transfers are changed, the impact this will have on our family could jeopardize my job. This will be life-changing for our household. My son has had a great first year of school. He loves his teachers and the school very much. It has been a great first year experience going into the school system. There are fears for every parent and child when starting out. Lower Creek has been a blessing to us as a family. Forcing him to start the new school year at a different school would be starting all over for him. With this being his first year of school, it is all he knows. I would kindly ask that you consider the impact your decision will have on the students as well as the parents. This kind of change will impact my child for years to come. It could totally change his academic course going forward. Thank you for your time and consideration. If you have any questions for me, please feel free to reach out to me. With a grateful heart, Heather Everhart.
This is a written statement from Holly Mitchell. As I have stated in addressing the board at the last public meeting, Oak Hill community is mine and my children's home. It will always be. It is very frustrating to even have the thought of our school closing. This is not right, nor is it okay. I understand you need to save money, but isn't there a more resourceful way of doing so and not causing an uncertainty of the children's stress and well-being? As a parent of 4, this is extremely stressful to relocate them into 2 new schools. That's one reason why we should have K-8 schools everywhere. With this being done to our children, it is going to set some of them back, and it is not right because of other people's mistakes. Until the other schools have heard what was happening, they have had no consideration of our schools being closed until it was told that Oak Hill students and parents are going to enter their schools and overpopulate them. How do you think Oak Hill students are going to be treated? Not fair, that's for sure. Students that already are there could get overlooked, and that's not fair to them. There should not be any thought of having class sizes of 35 or more. That is ridiculous. Lower Creek nor Dudley does not offer PTA basketball. My children enjoy Oak Hill's opportunity of doing this every year. Other children from other communities even join our PTA because of this opportunity. It gives them the sense of teamwork and sportsmanship, and they need that when entering high school. They will not have this if they are sent away. We need some other order in consideration this budget cut. Oak Hill School has been here for years and it needs to stay. Thank you for your time, Holly Mitchell.
Written statement from Janice L. Green. Good evening. My name is Janice L. Green. I am a strong advocate for the children of the Oak Hill community, as well as all children of our county. I have studied in depth the issue and possibility of closing Oak Hill School and can see no justification for it. We are living in a different world with ever-changing circumstances than when this discussion first began. It is not the time to make a critical decision like this. If we are to distance our children from each other, we will need more, not less classrooms. This may be the case for the foreseeable future. That being said, I strongly feel we should thoroughly examine this situation before we make the decision. After all, this will have a major impact on at least 3 schools, the student body, and the teachers. I cannot understand why this shortfall was not addressed for months and months, and now there seems to be a rush to reach a decision that will only provide a one-time savings. Mr. Deal has provided this board with an alternative which will provide a huge savings each recurring year. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, you were elected to oversee the fund balance for Caldwell County's children, and now because of a shortfall they did not create, you will be making them pay the price for overspending by closing their school. This just does not seem fair to me. This is about the children, all the children, not just dollars and cents. If there was no concern about the shortfall before December 2019, why is there such a concern for the quick fix now? Please, I ask you to weigh your decision in favor of the children. Otherwise, you will forever be known as the board who closed Oak Hill School, or the board who failed to plan and therefore planned to fail. I would rather you be known as the board who put the children first. Thank you for your time and attention. Respectfully, Janice L. Green.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Barlow, and I live at 1136 Magdalene Lane here in Lenoir. My driveway is off the Moose Lodge Road that is literally across from the new William Lenoir Middle School entrance at the roundabout on the Taylorsville Road. Also, my home and driving time is literally 3 to 5 minutes away from Lower Creek Elementary School. Two of the new Oak Hill School District scenarios would put my son in Oak Hill School District, in which would take my wife, Cassandra Barlow, and I 20-minute commute one way in the opposite direction to get our son there every school morning, as well as another 20-minute commute to pick him up after school. That isn't even counting the 20-minute commute back towards town or home after dropping off and picking up our son. My wife and I are opposing the two new Oak Hill School District scenarios, since those scenarios do not make sense at all. This area has always been Lower Creek Elementary and William Lenore Middle School districts and should continue that way. I also want to speak out about the school transfers. Lower Creek, along with William Lenore Middle School, are busting at the seams because of all the transfer students who are out of Lower Creek and William Lenore Middle School district. I understand Lower Creek School and William Lenore Middle School are great schools for education, but if every school, regardless of location, was on the same level of education, then overcrowding wouldn't be an issue at any particular school. Hence why we have schools located in rural areas of the county. The new William Lenore Middle School, for example, was completed 2014-2015, is already at 101% max capacity. The school was built to only accommodate a future growth of 200 students, totaling counting grades 6 through 8. I spoke out and voiced my concerns of that issue. While the new William Lenore Middle School was being built, voted on for not allowing enough room for future student growth that is now becoming an issue by the 4th, 5th year open. Lower Creek School, along with William Lenore Middle School, overcrowding is also from the school board as well as Caldwell County School System not implementing school district. This was never an issue while I was in school, since school district was heavily implemented during my school years, and I attended Lower Creek School, William Lenore Middle School, and graduated High Brighton in 2002. Lower Creek is being hit with student transfers from Kings Creek School, Valmead School, Whitnall School, and Oak Hill School. Please keep the current Lower Creek Elementary and William Lenore Middle School district the same. Please vote no to the two new Oak Hill School districts, as they do not make sense at all. But last but not least, please regroup and implement school districts. All schools across the county should have the same and very close educational rating regardless of location. Those ratings will ensure parents that their child or children will receive the same education as another child at a different school. That will also help alleviate student transfers. If anyone would like to speak with me, my cell phone is 828-493-1521. Sincerely, Jonathan Barlow.
Written statement from Jeb McQuarrie. Dear Caldwell County Board of Education, my name is Jeb McQuarrie, and I attended Oak Hill Elementary School from kindergarten through 8th grade and graduated in 1998. I write to you today regarding recent conversations about the future of Oak Hill Elementary. As mentioned before, I attended Oak Hill Elementary from the time I was 5 years old to when I entered high school. My experience at Oak Hill has shaped the person I am today. I look back fondly on all the wonderful memories from my time at Oak Hill. These include playing trombone in the band, which led to my increased love of music. I went on to play trombone at High Brighton and Appalachian State, and have learned several other instruments since that time. Playing on the Oak Hill basketball team, where we competed with other K-8 schools in the county. We certainly were not the best, but there were a few times we came out on the winning side. Participating in the academically gifted program led by the late Miss Teresa Williams, who later became Miss Helton. She helped broaden my horizons. Annual end-of-year pool parties at Carol Andrews' house. Local community events such as the Fall Festival. All these events and countless others unmentioned were integral to maintaining the spirit and morale of the community. While not directly related to Oak Hill Elementary, even places like Oak Hill Park and organizations such as the Oak Hill Ruetzen Club are heavily shaped by the presence of the local school. Closing Oak Hill Elementary may save some money, but it would be a terrible blow to this area of the county and would tear a massive hole in the fabric of the community. While other schools also have some of the programs I mentioned earlier, it will not be a simple transition for the children of Oak Hill. Any district they are sent to will be a separate community, which in many cases they have no connection. I grew up in an area that is 15 minutes from Lower Creek, William Lenoir, or Dudley Shoals. It will be extremely challenging to ever integrate the children of Oak Hill fully into these communities when they live so far away. While I understand difficult decisions may need to be made due to the county's financial situation, I urge you to be as creative as possible when considering solutions. I once worked for an executive who in a challenging time was given the task of reducing costs. While the easy answer would be laying off several employees to meet the target, he wanted to consider all other options before doing so. He said that if we can figure out ways to consolidate and reduce unnecessary spending that does not directly affect people's livelihoods, that he would prefer to do that instead. Closing Oak Hill may seem like the simplest solution, but can we honestly say that we have thought through all the available options? As an example, I have seen members of the community, such as Buck Deal, release proposals which attempt to fuse some of the scenarios listed in the Oak Hill information packet with some additional ideas on consolidation that could save money without closing any true community school. I ask that before making the decision to take away a school that has served literally thousands of people, just like myself over the years, that everyone on the board can look in the mirror and honestly say that you have exhausted all other alternatives.
This is a written statement from Jennifer Cowick. Dear Caldwell County School Board, this situation makes me think of the emotional well-being of hundreds of Caldwell County students that would be displaced. After being forced into distance learning due to COVID-19, many of these children are anxiously awaiting the return to their school, friends, and familiar teacher and school staff in the fall. Do our children really need more instability in light of the events of this year? Surely there's a better solution than to force transfer students out of their schools they have grown to love. These changes will have a direct negative effect on my family. My son Liam was approved as a transfer to Lower Creek for kindergarten 2 years ago. My other son Gabe has applied for transfer into kindergarten this year. They both require special therapies that Lower Creek can and do provide. I am a teacher across the street at Lower Creek Baptist Preschool. I am the one that takes and picks my children up from school as their father drives a truck. Our current arrangement works perfectly as I am able to be at work on time and be close by in case of sickness or emergency. Our emergency contact is less than 10 minutes away from Lower Creek, compared to driving 25 minutes to our zoned school. Please consider the negative effects these changes will have on so many Caldwell County students and families. I only ask that you consider and allow transfer exceptions for extenuating circumstances as you have in the past, and keep an open mind in order to help students in what will undoubtedly be a difficult transition. Thank you sincerely for your time and consideration. Regards, Jennifer Cowick, a proud Lower Creek parent. This is a written statement from Jerry and Wendy Gregg. Good evening. I hope that you will take the time to review the following concerns and thoughts regarding the scenarios of Oak Hill. My husband and I have reviewed each scenario that is being proposed concerning Oak Hill School. It appears that these scenarios could possibly affect many schools, not only Oak Hill. Let me start by saying our son is proud to be a Lower Creek Cougar. We chose to build our home in Lower Creek School District because of how amazing the teachers, staff, and community are. We wanted our son to attend Lower Creek for this and to have the opportunity to grow and learn to his best potential. With this said, scenarios 7 and 9 would cause a change of school district for us and many other Lower Creek students. I feel that my son, and with many other children, this would cause a disruption in their learning. Below is listed the pros and cons that we view with each scenario. Scenario 1 and 4, Oak Hill closed. All students to Laura Creek and William Lenore. Cons, moving these students to only one elementary and one middle could cause overcrowding. Possibly difficult learning situations due to overcrowding. Teachers stretched thin due to oversized classrooms. Traffic. Increased bus rides. Possible loss of jobs for Oak Hill teachers and staff. Pros. Only Oak Hill would have to attend new school, but their students would be together and not split within their grade levels. Scenario 2 and 5. Oak Hill closed, reassigned to Dudley Shoals, Laura Creek, William Lenore, and High Brighton. Cons. William Lenore would possibly be overcrowded. Possible loss of jobs for Oak Hill teachers and staff. Pros. Only Oak Hill would be affected in the fact that the students would have to be assigned to different schools. This would help with the possibility of overcrowding of the elementary schools due to Oak Hill closing. Scenario 3 and 6. Oak Hill closed. Reassigned to Dudley Shoals, Granite Middle, South Caldwell, Laura Creek, William Lenore, and High Brighton. Pros. More options for the assignment of Oak Hill students. Less crowding in the schools that the students are assigned to. No other students besides Oak Hill and a slight portion of High Brighton will have to be assigned to new schools. Cons. Possible loss of job for Oak Hill teachers and staff. Scenario 7. Oak Hill's open. Students from Lower Creek and William Lenore reassigned. Cons. Taking students away from two schools and reassigning them. Turning a 5-minute commute to Laura Creek Elementary School into a 40-minute round trip commute to Oak Hill School. Adding more cost to families having to drive a longer commute from their short one. Oak Hill is nowhere near the jobs that are located in the Lower Creek area.
This is an email from Jerry Benfield. Thanks once again for allowing us to voice our opinions. I watched the committee meetings and I do feel to have been fair to Oak Hill, there should have been at least half the people involved should have been from Oak Hill. I'm sure several had no ties to the community or could really care less, and others that may benefit from the school closing, and it could present opportunities for future projects. For example, the land that was bought at Lower Creek. But I would question, if that is the primary reason, why one of the oldest, best looking schools in the state is being picked on anyway. And I guess there's always those people that has had their personal problems with the school, but this is much bigger than that. Like 100 years worth of history being destroyed, there's always two sides to every story. Then there's the truth. I do understand business, and I do know you are always faced with choices, but tearing down a staple of the county should never be one. There has to be other options, such as pay cuts, fewer staff, fewer people doing more. So once again, I ask, how do you save $1 million to kill Oak Hill by a few teachers' salaries if you plan on maintaining the property, such as leaving the power on, replacing the roof, grass mowed, security, etc.? Looks like it will be more cost effective to use the building and maintain, like move other programs to Oak Hill or special needs to the school. Thank you, Jerry Benfield.
This is a written statement from Jerry Gregg. Good evening. I'm responding to the school district's proposal that we as Lower Creek parents are concerned about. I just wanted to start by saying I am not mad, so I don't want this to come across like that. Just very concerned. My wife and I did a lot of research on schools when it was getting close for our son to start. With the rumors of open enrollment closing in Lower Creek Elementary, we decided to sell our house and build in Piper Ridge. That being said, some of the scenarios have us moving school districts. We looked up some stats on this that were provided on the internet of Oak Hill School, and they are much lower than Lower Creek School, which is not acceptable for us. I know there is a lot of discussion on different options, but we are just looking and researching all of them. I don't know how all of these scenarios were thought up, but sitting in front of a computer drawing lines across a map, adding and subtracting kids, is no way acceptable. I think first and foremost, for at least a week, one of the people that has put this together should have to get their kids up 30 minutes early, drive past their place of work, and commute 30 minutes completely out of their way. After paying the extra expense of vehicle maintenance and gas, would reach into their pockets and pay more for wraparound because they have another 20 to 30 minute commute back to the wonderful Laurel Creek community. When they get off work and drive that all over again, including the payment for wraparound again, they can return home around an hour later. Now homework, dinner, chores, bath, and whatever playtime that you can squeeze in to let your child know that you are still a great parent just because some people added an extra 1 to 1.5 you per day, taken away from your family. Then get them to bed at a decent hour. Then let them tell us they are going to repay us for the time that you cannot get back and gas and maintenance. Everything is easy when you talk about it and work on a computer. I have heard rumors of Oak Hill closing for 6 months now, and the parents and teachers had had plenty time to discuss issues and scenarios. I learned about this yesterday, Thursday, May 7th, and I am supposed to respond with concerns. I have heard rumors that the amount of people that responds plays a role in the decision. Well, in case people have forgot, we are not allowed to meet and discuss issues, nor are we in school where announcements are made for us to know, unlike everyone involved with shutting Oak Hill School down. If this is true, it is only fair for Laurel Creek community and everyone involved with Laurel Creek School to be given at least 6 months after school resumes in full force to hold in-person decisions and get everyone's thoughts. That would also let the parents that are still currently working to have time to plan on being home in person for the meeting to discuss options. My opinion is that all this is ridiculous. Leave the schools the way they are, and if you have to shut Oak Hill down for various reasons, then do it. Give the teachers jobs at the schools their kids from Oak Hill will be attending. Don't remove the kids out of their current schools and communities just because one community thought that this is how it's going to work best. This is a written statement from Jessica Berman. Hello, everyone. I am the mother of 2 that are in Oak Hill District. My son started kindergarten last year and we transferred to Dudley Shoals Elementary. I personally think Dudley is a way better school. Plus, my children go to Covent Child Care, and they pick my children up at school so I don't have to get off work at 2 p.m. This allows me to work a little longer so I can actually make a living. This school year coming up, my daughter will start kindergarten, and my son will be in 1st grade. I requested a transfer before all this happened, and now I have no clue if they will actually get accepted to Dudley or not, thanks to all of this. My son has already went to Dudley for his first year and loved it. Don't take that away from him. He is already very upset he didn't get to finish school this year because of the pandemic. He misses his friends and his teachers. Now you want to try to keep a school open that clearly needs to close to force my son into a school that we do not want to be in? I will not be able to pay my bills as a single mother barely able to work because I have to cut my hours in order to pick my children up due to no child care. Also, if the school stays open, both my children will be pulled out of their daycare that they have been in for years because they will be forced to go to Oak Hill. This is not fair to my children or myself. We will not go to Oak Hill no matter what. I hope this school closes. Clearly, something is going on if everyone is transferring out. Hopefully, me taking the time to say my children have already been going through a lot with their world being flipped upside down with this pandemic, and now they may be forced to go to a school where they do not know anyone and knowing that if you choose to leave Oak Hill open, my hours will be affected tremendously. Please close this school. Dudley is a much better school. Also, I will even add I went to Oak Hill kindergarten all the way through 8th. And when I graduated, I went to High Brighton, and I remember my teacher in math class asking everyone questions, and the kids were answered, and I had no clue what they were talking about. I felt so stupid. I never want my children to feel that way. That is another reason I won't put them in Oak Hill. They will not be forced to go to this school, and they will not be forced out of the daycare they have been at for years. Please, everyone, shut Oak Hill down. Thank you, Jessica Berman.
Okay, do I hear a motion that we recess for a few minutes?
I'll make the motion.
Second? Anyone?
Second.
You got a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Be back in a few. Do I hear a motion that we resume the hearing?
I move that we resume the meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. And Kathy, if you will.
Hello, I am Jennifer Hebner. As an educator at Laurel Creek Elementary School, some of the scenarios that are being presented concern me greatly for my school, our students, and Laurel Creek community. I have taught at Laurel Creek for 15 years. During that time, I have witnessed our student population increase, including transfer student requests. Academically, we are continuously making growth. Our staff has worked hard and very proud of the growth exemplified at our school. Right now, we are a B-rated school. Currently, we have 390 students enrolled at Laurel Creek, and 129 of those are transfer students. All 390 of those kids are important to the teachers, staff, and peers in our building. We are a family. In scenario 7, the option presents that some students would be moved from Laurel Creek School and relocated to Oak Hill School. After looking at our students that would be affected, 77 students and families would be impacted. They would be forced to leave the school and teachers they know to start over at Oak Hill. Parents that have formed relationships with faculty in Laurel Creek would have to forge new relationships with the new faculty. Uprooting students from the environment that they know, not by their families, own will, or choice, could affect their education tremendously. It will not only affect their education, but also the students that had continued to go to Laurel Creek. If the 77 students are relocated from our school, 3 teachers would be forced to leave Laurel Creek as well. Our staff is a team at Laurel Creek. We chose to teach at Laurel Creek because we love it there. We work together throughout the building to group students effectively to promote growth in low-performing, average, and high-performing students. The teachers and staff have built a multi-tiered system of support that is being modeled for other schools in our county. To be that model, we have engaged in hours of training and meetings to ensure that we are successful. If you take one teacher away from that, you are ultimately removing an important part of our support system. Also, if you relocate students, that means the transfer policy would have to change. If you change that policy, 129 of Laurel Creek's transfer students would be affected. Think about our school of 390 students, first losing 77 students and then possibly another 129. That's roughly 210 students. If we lost all those students, we could lose 8 to 10 teachers at our school. To me, that would be a backward step in education in Caldwell County. Although I see the value of K-8 schools in our county, I have to weigh the ultimate impact of closing Oak Hill School versus leaving it open. If you leave it open, you affect multitudes of students.
This statement is provided by John McCrary. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my concerns as a parent of an Oak Hill student. Caldwell County Schools should never have gotten to the point of having an out-of-control budget spending problem. The average total spending for school years ending in 2016 and 17 was $109 million. Then the school years ending in 2018 and 19, the average total spending was $114.3 million. That is an increase of spending of $5.3 million for the last 2 school years. Why have you continued to spend more than you receive? One school should not have to make up the shortfall created by the Board of Education's excessive spending that all schools benefited from. This shortfall should be distributed among all schools. This is not a one-school problem, it is a county problem. The cost per student at William Lenoir and Valmead, with a greater student population, is greater than the cost per student at Oak Hill. The higher ADM at West Lenoir and Valmead should generate a lower cost per student, but it does not. Please consider the following suggestions. Moving West Lenoir students to Valmead Elementary. These schools are less than 3 miles apart, and this move would have little to no impact on students or parents. Students would keep the same teachers, just in a different location. This would utilize unused second floor of Valmead. This would have a savings of 1 principal, school administration staff, and possibly reducing busing costs. Number 2, possibly combining Horizons and Gateway to one central location at West Lenoir. The average cost per student at these two schools is $32,078. The average cost of all other Caldwell County students is $8,183, a difference of 392%. I understand the needs of these students is greater, but this seems excessive. We feel these two schools drastically impact the expense budget and should be addressed before any decision is made. This move to West Lenoir would eliminate the utility costs of two buildings, plus a principal and admin staff, plus busing costs for students to travel all the way out to Gateway. If this move is not feasible for Gateway and Horizons, then there would be a savings of utilities not utilizing West Lenoir. Number 3, revise the transfer policy. 55%, or 12 out of 22 schools, have a greater number of students that transfer out of their home school than Oak Hill School does. There are approximately 1,800 plus transfers within the county. Transfers are not just an Oak Hill School problem, this is a county-wide problem. We do not feel the transfer policy should be eliminated, but should be revised. Transfers from medical or true family hardships should be considered first. There needs to be a limit or percentage of each school's ADM that can transfer out of their home district. Number 4, class size. Other schools are concerned about class sizes. State restrictions for class sizes only apply to K-3. The school administration has stated at a previous meeting that they could consider placing as many as 35 students in the upper grade classes to accommodate the closure of any school. This is no longer teaching, but crowd control.
Written statement from Jonathan and Callie McMath. My wife and I reside on Brittany Lane in Lenoir, North Carolina. We have 2 children, age 6, who will attend kindergarten next year. We moved to this area 6 years ago and researched the location of our home, mostly based on being in the Lower Creek School area, to give our children the resources we feel they need. We understand there are several options that the school board is considering to change the boundaries of the schools that our daughters would attend. We oppose changing our neighborhood boundary and wish to continue to stay in the Lower Creek District. If we are changed to Oak Hill, my children would have fewer resources educationally and extracurricular options, especially in the grade 6 through 8 years. We strongly oppose option 9, which would split us from Cedar Rock Village and send our neighborhood to Kings Creek. This would adversely affect the resale value of our home and those in our development. It would decrease the chances of new homes being built and new professionals moving to the area choosing our neighborhood. When we moved here, we were told that Bradford Forest and Thornfield formed a community with Cedar Rock and supported each other. If we are split and sent to Kings Creek School, then my children will be isolated from friends and the rest of the community. Sincerely, Jonathan and Callie McMath.
Written statement by Joy Sharp. I am a parent of a rising 5th grader who is a transfer from Kings Creek to Lower Creek. My daughter has been at Lower Creek since kindergarten, so it would be very upsetting to move schools. As well as my work is only 5 minutes from Lower Creek, and I am the only one who takes and picks up my daughter. I am very much against any changes that would result in taking transfers out of Lower Creek. Both of my daughters have had wonderful experiences at Lower Creek School. It is my hope that my younger daughter will be able to finish her elementary education at Lower Creek, then attend William Lenoir Middle School. Thank you. Joy Sharp.
Hello, I am Jessica Smith. Board members, as you can imagine, the possibility of Oak Hill School closing has many families, parents, and children concerned and upset, and rightfully so. This year has been challenging for all, with the pandemic consuming our lives and interrupting our school year. All the children are reeling and trying to understand what exactly is going on, and the excitement of not going to school is wearing off, and reality of missing school, friends, structure has taken its place. Families are scrambling to create a new normal, trying to allow their children to continue growing and learning, while most are still maintaining their jobs. In my career, I have worked many cases involving children and traumatic events. I know that there are some traumatic events that can be turned into healthy growth. Those events allow for growth when the support system around the child assists with the comprehension of the event. Now, if there is not a support system, as unfortunately we can all speak to many not having one, school becomes that system. School becomes the safe place, the stable place, the sure thing. If that place is ripped away from children so simply because of the lack of managing funds, how will those children emotionally recover? How will they go on to be successful adults without at least giving the ability to have an explanation and time to understand? Given the opportunity to process with the support system they have grown accustomed to, several different types of issues come from the closure of the school to include, but most definitely not limited to, transportation, whether that is by parent or bus. Bus ride scenarios that have been presented show very long routes, therefore punishing the children of our school. Car riders, parent drivers would then have further to travel, potentially interfering with their employment. Effective housing market, values of real estate due to extended distance to school. With the pandemic now is the time to have smaller classrooms, keeping the children and staff safe. Oak Hill School is the ideal school to accomplish that. Realistically, the only scenario that would create the least amount of havoc countywide would to be leave the school open next year and work towards a resolution of budget shortfalls for the coming school year to allow the community to recover from the pandemic and all the issues that came with it. To make the decision now would be irresponsible and extremely unfair to children of Oak Hill School. It would increasingly be unfair to the already full schools to be strained with even more students. It is not fair for these children to bear the burden of budget mistakes that were made. There must be other options. Concerned parent of Oak Hill students. Jessica Smith.
This is a statement provided by Judy McNeil. Hello, I'm writing to reaffirm how needed Oak Hill School is to our community and surrounding schools. Oak Hill School is a benchmark for our community and brings cohesiveness to our scattered areas. The school gym is used by our students and other schools for their scholastic programs. School families enjoy getting to know the neighborhood through school functions, which are always well attended. I have experienced the school with my child, my grandchild, and now my great-grandchild, who will be in 3rd grade this fall. Please give Oak Hill School every consideration in your decision regarding the future of a true community school. If I can be a further persuasion, you can reach me by snail mail, telephone, or email. I will be happy to plead my case for the school now, as I have done in the past. Sincerely, Judy McNeil. My name is Judy Smith. I have a son that is in 4th grade going into the 5th at Dudley Shoals Elementary School. He is autistic and ADHD. He also has an IEP. He is a straight-A student. I attribute a lot of his success with the resources, especially the exceptional children's teachers at Dudley Elementary. If you decide to keep Oak Hill School open with the new lines drawn, he will be transferred to Oak Hill. My concern is, will he get the same resources at Oak Hill as he gets at Dudley Shoals? We have all worked hard to get him to where he is today. I would hate for this change to be a setback for him, and he doesn't deal well with change. So as an advocate for him, I think it's in the best interest for him to stay at Dudley Shoals. Judy Smith.
A written statement by Justin and Chelsea Bass. To whom it may concern. We are the parents of Beckham and Ledger Bass. They are both transfers at Lower Creek Elementary School. To say they love their school and teachers would be an understatement. We are extremely thankful we have been given the opportunity to let them both attend there. As we all know, though, the last half of this school year has been extremely difficult for students, teachers, and parents. We can't possibly fathom, after all they have endured, not being able to return to their school. Next year will be difficult academically, making sure all students are caught up and where they need to be. Please don't make it more difficult on transfer students by taking them away from a school they have come to know and love. Regardless of which scenario is chosen, sub-students will be moved from a school I'm sure they've always known and loved as well. We are praying you make the right decision for all of our schools, students, and families. Sincerely, Justin and Chelsea Bass.
Written statement from Caitlin Roberts. Lower Creek Elementary is a school that has a well-balanced dynamic where students, parents, teachers, and the community as a whole work together to sustain that relationship. This relationship speaks volumes to the way the school is run and the way students are educated. At Lower Creek Elementary School, there is a high transfer rate. This says that students and their families genuinely want to be a part of the atmosphere of Lower Creek. It also says that Lower Creek Elementary School has created an environment that is engaging and inviting, as well as effective and proficient. The school has also met growth academically for the last 6 years as a whole school. Lower Creek Elementary School is a well-performing school that has a staff of driven individuals that see potential in every single student, encourage those that walk the halls daily to make the kinds of decisions that will benefit them, and strive to model good citizenship and discipline. If lines were to be redrawn or teachers and students taken from Lower Creek Elementary School and distributed to other places, the performance of the school could drop due to losing those driven teachers who have worked together to create an environment that helps to create model citizens and models good education. It would not be fair to take away from Lower Creek Elementary School's dynamic and community relationship and leave those still at Lower Creek Elementary School with a lower functioning environment without the total support that everyone has with the situation as it stands now. Thank you for taking the time to listen to and consider the opinions of the staff and faculty represented by each of these schools, as well as the people of the community. Caitlin Roberts. Written statement from Kama Green. As a CCS employee and a parent of a child at Lower Creek Elementary, I would like to say that I feel the best of the scenarios would be for Oak Hill School to close. The whole issue is for money to be saved, and it does not make sense for the students and staff at Lower Creek to be affected by moving them when the money can be saved by closing Oak Hill. It does not make sense to keep it open. Our other local schools have the room to absorb the students at Oak Hill. Please close this school. Thank you. Kama Green. Written statement from Karen G. Ford. While I know that there are no easy answers, I wish to go on record to state my disagreement with a redistricting scenario that could cause my child to be moved from William Lenore Middle School to Oak Hill for his 8th grade year. We have lived in the Lower Creek community for 31 years. From where we live, our morning and afternoon commute to William Lenore Middle School is 12 miles per day or 60 miles per week. A redistricting assignment to Oak Hill would change that to 36 miles a day or 180 miles per week. To me, that is completely unreasonable. I believe that making any changes for the 2020-2021 school year are extremely premature. There will be impacts for many, regardless of what decision is reached. Please do not make a decision about this critical issue until it can be examined carefully for the good of all. Thank you. Karen G. Ford.
This is a written statement from Katie Brickfield. Our daughter is a transfer student at Lower Creek Elementary, and we do not approve of any of these changes that could happen to her school. She is going on her 4th year at Lower Creek Elementary and is a great student. I know that if any of these scenarios were to happen where she would have to leave her friends and school, it would be absolutely devastating to her sweet spirit and her education. My daughter has always been a very shy girl, and I can't imagine the heartache that this would cause by ripping her from her school and her friends she's made over the past 3 years. She has had the best teachers at Lower Creek who have poured into her and helped her grow in her education and her social skills. She has become a social butterfly, and all that goes to her amazing teachers who have helped along the way. If these changes were to happen, we as a family would have to make some difficult decisions, which may include homeschool and not placing her in any Caldwell County school. These changes would be absolutely devastating to our family and our school. We do not approve of any changes. We love Lower Creek and want to stay. Katie Brakefield.
Written statement from Keith Duggar. All of my kids have been transfers to Davenport A+ school. We've had at least one of our 3 children attending Davenport for the last 15 years. My youngest is 9 years old and in 3rd grade. Our family loves this school and would hate to not have our daughter to finish her elementary education at Davenport. Keith Duggar.
This statement was submitted by Kelly McIntyre. Closing Oak Hill School would create hardship on Oak Hill families and others. long bus rides in excess of 1.5 to 2 hours, morning and afternoon. Kids will be taken away from their neighborhood support systems for after-school care, and families split between multiple school districts or just a few. Closing Oak Hill School would create more congestion on already overcrowded schools such as Lower Creek and William Lenoir. This year, wraparound at Lower Creek maxed out its capacity, leaving some students without access to this essential service. William Lenoir already has some classes reaching 30 students. One retired teacher told me that having 30 middle school kids in a class limits teaching time to nothing but crowd control. Closing Oak Hill will cause many children to lose access to their sports programs. Students from Dudley Shoals, Hudson, and Granite all use Oak Hill's school's gym, especially since Dudley Shoals hasn't offered a basketball program for their students in the last few years. Closing Oak Hill doesn't supply what you need to cover the budget shortfall. The county commissioners will still have to cover the difference. In fact, the information provided to the advisory committee shows that closing Oak Hill really only allows you to save the cost of one teacher's salary and benefits package, or about $70,000, and that's just for 1 year. There is no $1 million savings as proposed, not when you still have to maintain our building and provide our students. There is no $1 million savings as proposed, not when you still have to maintain our building and provide for our students. Is $70,000 worth the impact closure will have on Oak Hill and other schools? Buckdale and several others have provided you with numerous ways that you can make budget cuts that offer greater benefits and are recurring from year to year, not just a one-time deal. There is only one answer. You have to keep Oak Hill open. It is strategic to the benefit of our school. In scenario number 9, Oak Hill buys you time you need to expand Lower Creek, giving those kids and teachers more room to breathe, allows for smaller classes at William Lenoir, and can help you accommodate any new class size requirements that come from the fall out of COVID-19. In closing, I would like to remind you that you are providing opportunities for education that has always been sought after. I would like to remind you that providing opportunities for education has always been sought after in this area from as far back as the earliest years. In the original deed for Oak Hill School, it was my family that gave land to the Board of Education 130 years ago in good faith that a school would be built and provided for in the Oak Hill community. Up to this point, the Board of Education has been faithful to this commitment. As a representative of our community, I feel that I can confidently say that we want to continue to be a part of the Caldwell County school system. However, if the decision is made to close Oak Hill School, we are prepared to move forward with plans to continue to meet the needs of not only the children in our community, but also the families in this county at large who desire something different than what is currently being provided within the school system. We will pick up where you, the Board of Education, leaves off and continue to make good on the promise to provide a free public educational opportunity in our community. We will pick up the legacy and carry on. Respectfully, Kelly McIntyre.
Written statement from Reconvene Ferguson. Redistricting would not only have an impact on our children, but our whole community. We have had families move here, and families who live here build or move into different developments because of the school system's ratings. To redistrict would have a huge impact on property values, therefore affecting our economy by not having families move here due to having to attend schools with lower ratings. I'm the owner of a real estate company here in Caldwell County, and the facts are, schools and districts matter. Redistricting should not be a solution to an economic decision to close a school. And we should be looking at the impact of the allowing students to transfer to other districts. What is the number of kids who have transferred out of Oak Hill community? Why is that okay? And why should other children from different districts have to be moved out of their schools to keep Oak Hill open? Reconvene Ferguson. Written statement from Kim Harding. I left an Iredale Statesville school after 15 years to join the staff at Oak Hill Elementary. The atmosphere at Oak Hill is nothing short of amazing. The opportunities we can provide for these students is unlimited. Being a smaller school means that teachers can start creating bonds with students years before they actually have them in the classroom. The relationships built also continue long after the student leaves the classroom. Every staff member at Oak Hill is invested in every student's education. It is an entire team effort, and that is what these students need and deserve. Oak Hill is a very special place to teach. I have never been at a school where the staff is so supportive and accommodating. This is a school that should be used as a model for other schools. Building relationships is the key to both academic growth and social growth. We may be a small school, but we have greatly impacted the lives of 120 students due to our special environment. I am all for saving money, but I don't think you can put a dollar amount on the welfare of these children. Please consider other cost-saving measures before jeopardizing the future of the amazing students that walk the halls of Oak Hill Elementary. They are a sound investment. Kim Harding.
This is a statement from Kim Miller. Dear Dr. Phipps and School Board, I am writing to express my concern about the changes being discussed today. My heart goes out to the staff and students who may be facing a school closure and loss of jobs. There really doesn't seem to be a winning scenario, as all the possibilities involve the relocation of students. This year has brought enough confusion, loss, and hardship for students and families of Caldwell County, as well have all faced uncertainties surrounding this pandemic. Our children deserve the joy of returning to their school to see their friends, teacher, and other beloved staff once again in the fall. I would be heartbroken to see many students face yet another crushing disappointment by being denied the opportunity to continue in the school they have been attending. The negative effects these changes will have on my family concern me greatly. My son Brayden was accepted as a transfer last year and is currently a kindergarten student at Lower Creek Elementary School. My daughter Mackenzie has applied for transfer into kindergarten for this fall this year. I work across the street at Lower Creek Baptist Preschool, and my youngest child, Lakin, will be attending there again this fall. I am solely responsible for getting my children to and from every day as their father works in Mooresville. Our current situation is ideal in case of emergency or sickness, as I am so close to the school during work hours. My husband is over an hour away. Our emergency contact also lives across the road on Powell Circle in the event that I am unavailable. Our designated school district does not work with our family, so if transfers are not approved this year, not only will my son be uprooted from his school he loves, but I will be forced to quit my job and homeschool my two oldest children if we cannot quickly move into Lower Creek School District. I understand that your job is difficult and that you want only the best outcomes for our county. There will certainly be some upset regardless of what changes are made. Please do consider the hardships that will be created for literally hundreds of students, families, and school staff if these drastic changes take place all at once. I implore you to keep current students and transfers in the schools they are currently enrolled in if they so desire. If Oak Hill must close, please find the most gentle option for integrating those students into surrounding schools. I do understand limiting the acceptance of new transfers in light of the current predicament, but please do make allowances for those of us who wish to continue forward where we are. I suggest adjusting future transfer policies in order to
Written statement from Krista Pelfrey. There is not an ideal scenario that is going to make everyone happy, and I know the decision at hand is a difficult one. However, it needs to be made with our children's well-being at the forefront. It is not fair to the children of this county to have to suffer at the misguided financial hands of the superintendent and school board. By closing a school, the children of the whole county are the only ones being hurt. You are asking the children of Oak Hill to endure consistent change by shuffling them back and forth between different elementary, middle, and high school districts and bus rides that could last close to 2 hours one way. You are asking a bigger portion of children in the county to sit in classrooms that are already at capacity in most cases, with even more students. I know some of you think that this is okay, but it is absolutely not. This will only hinder the ability of our teachers to provide an equal learning opportunity in overpopulated classrooms and our children to learn, especially with the state-mandated class sizes for elementary schools decreasing over the next few years. Not to mention, the children of Oak Hill won't even have the ability to say goodbye to their teachers, school, or classmates with the abrupt closure of schools due to COVID-19. There are other options that you as the board can advertise in order to cut the budget without affecting the children in this county with such a drastic measure as closing a school. Why can't you combine Gateway and Horizons? Why can't you look at combining Valmead and West Lenoir? These are valid questions that deserve an answer. Thank you, Krista Pelfrey. Written statement from Lisa Vaughn. Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Phipps, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak on behalf of William Lenoir Middle School. As the principal of William Lenoir, I have been receiving questions and reading commentary regarding the possible closure of Oak Hill School and community concerns over the capacity of our school to house these students. I do not foresee any issues of overcrowding at William Lenoir if rising 6th through 8th grade students from Oak Hill School are reassigned to our school. I do not anticipate this reassignment to increase our average class size. I understand the decision of whether or not to close a school is not an easy one. I respect the gravity of the decision-making process and do support any decision that is reached. The Wildcat community has always and will continue to care for and welcome all students that attend William Lenoir Middle School. Respectfully, Lisa Vaughn.
This statement is provided by Lori Melton Ford. Please carefully consider all of the families that would be affected if Oak Hill School was closed. My first grader is a transfer to Lower Creek Elementary because of necessity. Her father and I work full-time with schedules that are not flexible. Our child needs to be close to our places of work so we are able to get her to and from school without burdening our elderly family members. It is our desire that our child does not have to be at school for 10 or 11 hours every day. Lower Creek Elementary is our school. It never occurred to us that there would be a threat that our child wouldn't be able to attend Lower Creek because another school would be closed. We appreciate the opportunity to express our concerns and trust that our school board will not take this decision lightly, considering so many families that would be deeply hurt. Thank you kindly, Lori Melton Ford. This is an email submitted by Lori Sullivan. I'm writing you as an extremely concerned parent regarding the scenarios concerning Oak Hill School. After viewing all 9 scenarios and redistricting maps, I firmly believe options 2 and 5 would be the best. Specifically, scenario 5, making the changes effective in the 2021-2022 school year. Here are the reasons why I believe these options are the best choice. Number 1, when I moved here 16 years ago, I specifically chose to live in the Lower Creek, William Lenoir Middle, and High Brighton High School District. These were the top performing schools and where I spent a lot of time finding a home to give my children the best education possible in Caldwell County. I carefully reviewed performance levels at Oak Hill School, and it is an underperforming school. Why would I want my child to be ripped away from a top performing school and placed into an underperforming school? I feel that would greatly affect his overall academic performance, and middle school is hard enough without being uprooted from all of your friends, teachers, and classmates and forced to go to a school much further away from home for what? I do not see why my child's academics should be ripped away from him, especially after I chose to live in the Lower Creek, William Lenoir, and High Brighton School District to raise my children. 2. After reviewing transfer numbers into the Lower Creek School District, it has become evident that 1/3 of the transfers come from Oak Hill School District. This speaks volumes as 1/3 of the students in that district have made the decision to attend a school in the Lower Creek District. If the students in the Oak Hill District are unwilling to go to Oak Hill School, then why should my child be forced to go there? 3. Currently, my child is involved in athletics, band, and a variety of clubs at William Lenoir Middle School. Have you thought of the major impact this would have on my child as his extracurricular activities as he is ripped away from all of his friends that he has been classmates with since kindergarten? This would also take my child away from a superior music department at William Lenoir that Mr. and Mrs. Reed have worked endlessly to keep at such high ratings. Is it worth splitting up all these children and risk losing performance levels in band and sporting events? Since Oak Hill only has a part-time music teacher, no club activities, and next to nothing in sports programs, this is not fair by any means to the children who are currently in these programs at William Lenoir Middle School and High Brighton High and exceeding and loving it. 4. Lastly, since Oak Hill has such a small staff and student population, it would make the most sense to close this school and disperse these children and staff into the existing schools that perform and have much more opportunities for their children to explore sports, band and chorus, clubs, and encores. Today's world is a lot different than when I grew up, and we as parents should be able to give our children every opportunity to excel and explore what all other middle and high school students get to. Also, considering I live 1 minute from William Lenoir Middle School and 2 minutes from High Brighton High School, and Oak Hill is a 15 to 17 minute drive the opposite direction from my home, none of this makes sense to me. I understand Oak Hill School.
This is a written statement from Lynn Bruton. As a Lower Creek community member and former Lower Creek Elementary School parent, I disagree with scenarios 7, 8, and 9. I do not think that the county should mess with the school that is doing well. Lynn Bruton. This is a written statement from Martha Combs. Dear school board members, I would like to share our comments on the possible closing of Oak Hill School. Our family lives in the Oak Hill community, and our children attended Oak Hill School for a time. We have since transferred out our kids and have thrived at their new school. For our family, we are very much in favor of redistricting us to either Lower Creek Elementary or Dudley Shoals Elementary. While I know that there are some in our community who are against closing Oak Hill School, I believe they are acting more in sentiment for the tradition of the school rather than the facts on how the school is performing. While I do not doubt the commitment of the Oak Hill staff, the resources just are not there for them to effectively teach and support students and families at the same level as the other elementary schools in our area. When your enrollment is only 100 to 125 students, several things happen that go beyond funding limitations. Here are a few things that contributed to our decision to transfer schools. Our child was recommended for AIG, but was the only one in their grade. So how can the support be the same level at those in other schools with higher numbers and more resources? Combination classes, lack of teacher assistants and support staff, having the same teacher 2 to 3 years in a row because of combo classes and trying to piecemeal solutions for teacher shortage. No wraparound. Weak encore classes because teachers shared with other schools or just not having the programs that are offered at the other district schools. Only having 8 to 12 children per grade, which means each year having the same classmates in every class for 9 years, K through 8. Because of the low number of children per grade, there were low numbers in certain populations. If there were only 1 to 2 AIG, EC, EL per grade, how can we justify having full-time support services for them? I know some believe that redistricting Oak Hill School so that it can have higher enrollment, which equates to more funding, will solve some of these issues. However, this will pull children out of high-performing schools and then force them to go to a lower performing school. This is counterintuitive. Why not close the lower school and move them to a school with a higher track record? Not to mention it would lower the enrollment of those schools, which then spreads around the same problem that Oak Hill School is already experiencing. It would be more effective to move students to a school that already has the resources in place to meet the needs of its enrollment. There has always been frustration over how many transfers have been allowed previously, and some...
This statement was provided by Megan Reed. I am writing this email to voice my opinion on Oak Hill School. My daughter is going into 6th grade this August when school starts back. We moved to Old Farm Drive 6 years ago with intentions of her going to Lower Creek Elementary School, William Lenoir Middle School, and High Brighton High School. If Oak Hill closes and they change our district, it will be very upsetting. I feel William Lenoir can offer my child a better education than Kings Creek. I also feel like forcing her to start 6th grade with lots of students that she does not know will be very difficult and disruptive to her learning. Middle school is hard enough without having to meet all new people. I'm sure when William Lenore Middle School was built a few years ago that the closure of Oak Hill was already being considered. William Lenore should have been built to accommodate these students then. Perhaps Oak Hill could stay open long enough to add on to the current William Lenore building. I don't have all the answers, but I'm asking that you do not change our district to Kings Creek. Thank you for your consideration. Megan Reed. This statement is provided by Megan S. Good evening, members of the Caldwell County School Board. I have a 4th grade student and rising kindergartner. My oldest son transferred to Oak Hill from Bayton Elementary when we moved to the area at the beginning of the school year. While Bayton is a great school, it was not what he needed to succeed. The larger class sizes meant that he wasn't able to get the little bit of extra attention to teach him what I could not. He was not learning well. His teacher told me that he would likely fail the 3rd grade EOG 3 times. He lost confidence in himself and his learning slowed further because of this behavior from the teacher who was supposed to prepare and inspire him. After he passed his EOG on the first try, we knew he needed a change. Mrs. Stamper is a first-year teacher at Oak Hill. She has built him up farther this year than his entire time at Bayton did. Oak Hill has staff that are there because they care and want to educate. The school as a whole rallies to ensure that every child is given the tools and time needed to flourish. I know Ms. Stamper, Mr. Bridges, and others are available before and during school hours for one-on-one tutoring. My son has repeatedly expressed how much more comfortable and supported he is at Oak Hill. This is his first year bringing home straight A's on his report card. I wish you could witness the monumental shift that has happened in my child to fully understand the impact that this school has had. Oak Hill is a special school and an incredible asset to this community. I desperately hope that my youngest son has the opportunity to learn at this wonderful institution. Closing Oak Hill would be short-sighted and preposterous. Signed, Megan S., a concerned mother.
This is a written statement from Melinda Whittington. I am writing as a genuinely concerned parent and teacher. I believe for the good of the county, options 2 and 5 would be best. I have several points to make on why Oak Hill School should be closed. 1. By closing Oak Hill School, it would have the least amount of impact on our county for moving students and teachers around. Altogether, there are roughly 100 people making up this school, including staff. The students would be divided among 2 schools. The teachers and staff would be absorbed in other schools' positions or the possibilities of retirement. 2. I choose to live in Lower Creek School, William Lenore Middle School, and High Brighton School District. All of these schools have outstanding performance and school rates. Oak Hill is an underperforming school and with a low school rating. I do not want my son moved to a school where he will not be academically challenged. He should not have that taken away from him to be forced to attend a failing school. 3. Why should we disrupt Dudley Shoals with 250 plus students, Lower Creek with 390 students, William Lenore Middle with 450 plus students, High Brighton High School with 850 students, to accommodate Oak Hill School with 80-ish students? I understand the school has been around for 100 years and many do not want the school to close. 4. Has anyone in Oak Hill considered the impact it would have on William Lenore and High Brighton? William Lenore just had a brand new school built that could easily hold its capacity along with the Oak Hill students. It would also lower the number of students at William Lenore and High Brighton. Neither school is close to capacity. Number 5. If you look at Lower Creek transfers, 1/3 of the students transferred come from Oak Hill. That should show the community and county that it speaks volumes regarding the school. Parents are willing to leave Oak Hill School to get their students exposed to better performing schools and activities. 6. As I mentioned earlier, I am a teacher at High Brighton. Every year when it's time for students to enter high school their freshman year, those students are scared of coming to a large school. They do not know how to behave, act, or socialize, and they have so many more options available to them at a larger school. 7. Students at William Lenoir and High Brighton have club opportunities and encores that are not available at K-8 schools. 8. Musically speaking, William Lenoir and High Brighton have superior ratings from MPA and other various competitions for multiple years. I know Oak Hill has a part-time music teacher. How will they accommodate the students that want to be part of William?
Written statement from Melissa Miller. I am emailing today concerning the closing of Oak Hill and the impact that it could possibly have on my adopted daughter, Emma Miller, who attends Davenport. Closing transfer options would really put a strain on Emma with her difficulties adapting to change. We have found support at Davenport where I do not think we would receive if having to go to her home school, Valmead, or West Lenoir. This will be hard on many children to uproot them from what they've known and move them back into their determined districts. Closing one school and dispersing those children seems to be more efficient than moving hundreds of kids around. I am for closing Oak Hill School. Thank you for your time. Melissa Miller.
This statement was provided by Melody Lozier. To whom it may concern, I feel that it is unfair and misleading that up until this past Wednesday, Oak Hill School was the only school who knew that it was facing upcoming changes. They have had ample time to gather statements and write petitions and build sympathy and support. Now, we are suddenly told that in order to keep one school, Oak Hill School, open, it will change everything for the rest of the schools in the county. That is not fair to the rest of our students in the county, nor is it fair to our teachers. As a Lower Creek Elementary School parent for the last 5 years, I have watched the school take in transfer students with excellence, and we have room for more. We are not at capacity, and we welcome students from Oak Hill to Lower Creek. We are a top school in the county for reading, math, and science with outstanding parental support. If saving money and putting the best interest of the county as a whole is the board's objective, then I strongly reject scenarios 7, 8, and 9 as their only purpose seems to be to keep Oak Hill School open at all costs, no matter how devastating it is to the rest of the county schools. This is unacceptable. Thank you for hearing my concerns. Melody Lozier.
This is a written statement from Michelle Colburn. Opposed scenarios 7 through 9. Dear school board members, first, my utmost respect for the decision that is before you. It is difficult and is not going to please everyone no matter your decision. It is a sad and unfortunate situation all around, and my heart goes out to the Oak Hill community. I am writing in opposition to scenarios 7 through 9 for the following reasons. 1. I am not sure I understand how it is fairer to relocate some students from multiple schools than to relocate all students from Oak Hill School. Either way, students are uprooted and disrupted. Wouldn't it be better for students that are relocated to all come from one school so they at least go as a group to 1 or 2 schools rather than a few schools, several from other schools? Oak Hill is the school in question here, so I don't think it's fair for students from other schools to have to be the ones to make the change. 2. Cost. How do scenarios 7 through 9 address the main issue of cost of operating an additional school? From what I've read and understand, there is not enough students to warrant the cost of operating the school. Shifting students from other schools to Oak Hill may increase the number of students at Oak Hill, but does not increase the number of Caldwell County students overall. 3. Commute time. Transferring students from Lower Creek to Kings Creek or Oak Hill will add at best 20 minutes to our morning commute and most likely 30 minutes round trip. Either school will require us to drive in opposite direction of our normal morning commute to work, with the exception of any who may work in Wilkesboro or Taylorsville, which I believe is minimal, if any. 4. Overcrowding. I realize overcrowding is a concern. However, I understand we are taking approximately 130 students and 8th grade split between 4 different elementaries and middle schools, which would average an additional 4 students per grade. That seems to be reasonable accommodation in comparison to the impact of the other alternatives. Overall, as said, as it is just do not see the scenarios 7 through 9 making logical sense as the best means of addressing the main issue here, or how is it any more fair to disrupt the students at several schools over the students at one school? Thank you for the time and your consideration of my comments, and for your time and comments to our students. Michelle Colvard, grandparent of 2nd grade Lower Creek student, on behalf of myself and her parents. Michelle Colvard.
This statement is provided by Michelle Hartzog. The thought of Oak Hill School closing has not only broken the hearts of my family, it has broken the hearts of our friends, our school, and our community. My oldest child will be going into the 6th grade this upcoming school year. She, along with her friends, have cried many times over the thought of their school closing. Children all over have had to adjust to the new way of learning. I am so very thankful for the Oak Hill teachers that have gone above and beyond for their students. What really upsets me as a parent is that not only did our children have to transition to homeschool, now they may not get to see their friends again. They are the same friends that they have had since kindergarten, the friends you make and remain friends with for life. My daughter had separation anxiety when she was in the 1st grade and some into the 2nd grade. The teachers of Oak Hill School went above and beyond not only to her but to our family. To know her now, you would never know that, and I believe it is because of the help of the school. Oak Hill is not just a school, it's part of our family. My middle child will be in the 4th grade this upcoming school year. He is true to the saying, he is all boy. He is very intelligent and wants to answer every question asked in his class. His teachers know his potential and go out of their way to make sure that he is given the work that helps him to grow academically. While I was pregnant with my youngest son, I was PTA president. I would joke with one of the teachers that when he was in her 8th grade class, that was the year that she would retire. This saddens me that this may never happen. I never worry about my children at Oak Hill School. I know that the staff will take care of our children and love them as their own. I have heard several of them on more than one occasion say that they truly love their students. This is not just a job to them. This is their passion. My middle child had a severe asthma attack last year at school. I'm in healthcare, so I know how serious this is. If it wasn't for the staff at Oak Hill, the outcome may not have been a good one. I'm sure that every school has something similar to this happen. The closeness this school has is one thing that helped the teacher because she has my personal number that she not only texted, but she called me on. If she would have tried me on my office, she would not have been able to reach me on that certain day. Oak Hill has the biggest gym of all the elementary schools. Dudley Elementary uses our gym a lot. We have very athletic students that create an outstanding athletic group. Our PTA does a wonderful job with PTA basketball. On the weekends, you can hardly find a parking spot. Keeping our children interested in sports and after-school activities is keeping our children off the streets and into drugs, which we all know is around every corner. Closing school is taking that away from the kids in our community. Closing down the school is not the best. We should fix the lines to make our school even better. I would want everyone's child to experience learning with teachers who really care and take every child's progress personal. With COVID-19 lurking around us, it doesn't make sense to shut down our school to overpopulate the others. Yes, our class sizes are not huge, but I don't know one parent that complains about that. They are getting the extra help and attention that they are needing. Oak Hill has made an impact on a lot of students and families. I hear people talking about what a good school and athletic program. When we started looking at this statement was provided by Michelle Hoover. Members of the Caldwell County School Board, I respectfully ask you to consider what the impact of changing the current transfer policy and/or current district lines would have on students and parents who are currently on approved transfers. As a parent of 2 children who are currently on approved student transfers, it would be a devastating change for my children and family. I currently have a 7th grader at William Lenoir and a 4th grader at Lower Creek. Our home school district is Kings Creek School. My 7th grader completed kindergarten and 1st grade at Kings Creek School. Requesting a transfer for him after completing 1st grade at Kings Creek was not a decision taken lightly. I started contemplating the move during his kindergarten school year after much prayer and evaluation of where he was academically at the end of first grade. I knew that transferring to Lower Creek School was the only way for him to improve. He was well below grade level at the end of both kindergarten and first grade. He entered second grade at Lower Creek School far behind the other students in his class. I have spent thousands of dollars out of my pocket on private tutoring for him in reading and math since second grade to get him where he is today. He is doing very well at William Lenore and has been on the A or B honor roll each grading period. To move him back to Kings Creek would be a devastating change for him academically and emotionally. It would destroy any progress and improvement that he has made, and he would simply give up. We have worked too hard and spent too much money on private tutoring to see him be set back again so close to high school. He has been in the Lower Creek and William Lenore district for 6 years. My fourth grader has been at Lower Creek School since starting kindergarten. He is excelling at Lower Creek and making straight A's. He absolutely loves the school and loves to learn. To require him to leave the only school he has ever known would destroy his love of school and learning. He does not do well with change and would completely give up if forced to leave the only school he has ever known. The athletics that he has been looking forward to in 6th grade are also not available at Kings Creek School. The level of academics, athletics, and opportunity that my children receive at Lower Creek and William Lenore are not comparable at Kings Creek School. He has been in the Lower Creek and William Lenore School District for 5 years. In addition to the impact on my children, this would also impact me as a parent. I am currently working within a half a mile of both Lower Creek and William Lenore schools. I have my drop-offs and pickups from both schools worked out on a schedule that is approved by my employer. There is no one who can assist me in picking up my children from school. I have been blessed with an employer that will allow me to pick up my children from school each day and allow me to bring them back to work with me. I will not be allowed to leave my job and drive over 19 miles round trip to pick up my kids during the workday. I cannot drive to Kings Creek each day to pick up my children without losing my job. My words cannot fully describe to you how negatively this would impact my children's academic future and emotional well-being. To force them to leave their current schools would be another blow to their mental health, in addition to the stressful time they are now experiencing with virtual learning. Please consider how this decision will affect our children. This statement is provided by Natasha Bright. I have reviewed all the scenarios presented. I would like to request you do not use scenarios 7 and 9. My husband and I have spent the last 3 years specifically hunting for a home within the Lower Creek Elementary School District in order to ensure my children continue their enrollment at this school. I cannot possibly understand how it is practical to displace children from their existing school district. Lower Creek Elementary has an abundance of children enrolled from outside of the school district. If necessary, please send those children back to their own school districts and leave my children in the Lower Creek district. If their parents wanted to enroll their children in Lower Creek, they should have bought a home in Lower Creek. Furthermore, it is unrealistic to expect parents that live in the Lower Creek area to move enrollment to either Kings Creek or Oak Hill. We would be forced to find before and after school child care, as well as the added expense of travel to and from the school. My spouse and I both work out of town and absolutely cannot afford the added expenses. In conclusion, I find this morally and ethically infringes upon my family's rights to choose my children's education. I feel Lower Creek Elementary is the best place for my children's educational benefit. We moved in November 2019 from an existing Lower Creek home to another existing Lower Creek home. We did this to ensure our children were given the best educational experience opportunities available within our community. I understand the county has a financial deficit that must be remedied, but these scenarios, 7 and 9, are not the answer. Again, I would like to remind the school board that Lower Creek Elementary has an abundance of children from out of district. I would like to suggest the school board take action to send those children back to the schools in the district in which they live. I also feel the community has not been given enough time to respond to the scenarios presented. This has been addressed in an untimely manner. We are under social distancing protocols, and many people are going to be completely unaware of the consequences these scenarios present until after they are already in effect. Thank you, Natasha Bright. This email was submitted by Paula Benfield. Thank you for the opportunity to express my concern regarding the closure of Oak Hill School. I realize that whatever decision is made will not make everyone happy. However, I sincerely ask you to consider the following when making this decision. Number one, Oak Hill School has been in my family for many years. I am confused as to how Caldwell County has succeeded in maintaining the school for over 100 years, and in 2020, it's no longer feasible to maintain. Please show me the numbers. Number two, have you considered how this will affect the surrounding schools that have expressed their concern of adding additional students to their already overcrowded school? Or is this why you have already purchased land in Lower Creek and are adding on to Granite Falls? I guess we had money for that. Number three, last but not least, as a resident of Oak Hill community, I am concerned about the impact the school closure will have on our community. For example, for families with school-aged children looking for real estate with no school and a 2-hour bus ride to school, our community will not thrive. And of course, I am not thrilled with living near a rundown homeless magnet if the county is not willing to keep the building maintained if it is closed. I appreciate the opportunity to address the school board and pray that your decision will be in the best interest of the Oak Hill School students, teachers, and community. Paula Benfield.
Written statement from Regina Wilson. My son is a car rider, and if he has to change schools, it would affect a lot in his life. Regina Wilson. Written statement from Richard Wright. Hello. Thank you for your time. Our family, including our 3 children, live in the Oak Hill area, yet 2 attend William Lenore Middle School as rising 7th and 8th graders. The instruction at Lower Creek and William Lenore Middle School has been stellar. The disruption of possible transfers to different schools is concerning. The Oak Hill school closing has been a topic that's been discussed for years in Caldwell County. To phase out students going to the school or phase in new students if the school is to remain open seems rational. What seems quite concerning, however, is the fact the board would somehow believe displacing any student, especially ones that have been in their school for years, as a viable option. This procedure of ensuring the best option for Oak Hill School should be slow and well organized. The fact that a large number of families are struggling both financially and with their students attempting to adapt to online learning is significant. These are real stressors that are upon our community, and in turn, the community is looking to the board as one of guidance. Minimizes the extreme difficulty the families in the area have and are continuing to face should be paramount. Thank you for considering a plan that is the least disruptive for any of the community's students and families. The community is fortunate to have a school board that has been instrumental in their focus on enhancing the community's schools. Richard Wright. Written statement from Romney Church. Caldwell County School Board, thank you for taking public comment. There are no perfect solutions to the Oak Hill school problem, but it is time for a decision to be made. In order to save the taxpayers' money, it is time to close Oak Hill School. Dudley Shoals Elementary has to prepare and transport breakfast and lunch to Oak Hill daily because Oak Hill does not have a working lunchroom. It's time to move the Oak Hill students to a modern, fully functional school. Scenario number 2 allows the students to stay at High Brighton High School as originally intended. Scenario 2 seems to be less disruptive to the students' future. Thank you, Romney Church.
Hello, I am Regina Reed. Every school in Caldwell County is an integral part of its respective community, and with a budget of more than $14 million, it is unfathomable that any school should need to be closed. There has to be some other way to stay within budget, and it is your duty to all children to do your job in their best interest and not at their expense. No one wants their school disrupted. Oak Hill has been overlooked for many years. The previous administration at the Board of Education allowed a principal to stay at Oak Hill for approximately 10 years, despite numerous controversies, problems, and overwhelming amount of transfer requests during this time. I have been made aware that the enrollment at Oak Hill decreased from approximately 300 to 150 students during these years. Please do not punish children and community because of prior unwise and unfair decisions. It's your job to choose cuts that will not make such a huge impact on our children in Caldwell County. Respectfully submitted, Regina Reed.
This is a written statement from Sharon Hatley. I would like to voice my opinion on the closing of Oak Hill School. I know no one wants to see their school closed, but redoing the school districts just so that the school can stay open does not seem like the right choice either. From what I understand, there are not a lot of kids that attend the school overall. They have their lunch brought to them from other schools, and the school is in need of repairs. It seems more sensible to redirect the kids at Oak Hill to other schools than to change the district lines to make more children uprooted from their school district that they are already thriving in. Some kids do not do well with change, and they have already had so much to deal with during this school season. Please leave the school district lines as they are. Thank you for your time, and please pray about the matter before making any harsh decisions that could affect a child's life. Sharon Hatley, concerned grandparent.
Written statement from Shelley Penley. We need to keep Oak Hill School open to students and teachers, and it will overcrowd the other schools to send students there. Teachers need to keep their jobs, and if the school closes, there will be nowhere for the teachers to go to teach at. It has a lot of memories in the Oak Hill community, and the school has been there for a lot of generations. The school is a great school for students because it is a little school and it needs to stay open. There are people that want the school to stay open in the community so that when people move to the area, the kids will have a school to go to and not have to have their parents to take them to a school out of the area or a bus out of the area to a different school. Shelley Penley.
This is a written statement from Sherry Sandback. I just wanted to voice my opinion on the closing of Oak Hill School. Personally, I think the school should have been closed years ago. It is so old and needs so many updates. It would be easier to build a new one. There aren't enough kids there to warrant keeping it open. The kids that transfer, including mine, do so for a good reason. I had 2 children attend that school. When they got to High Brighton, they were both behind the other kids. Not because of them. My daughter graduated with a 4.0. The people that want to keep it open are doing so for selfish reasons, not for the benefit of the children. I have 2 at Dudley Shoals Elementary and 1 at Granite Middle. It is not that much of a drive. Takes 5 minutes, not the hours the parents are saying so. I would rather homeschool my children than to have them go back to Oak Hill. I will do so, and I know other parents that feel the same way. If saving money is what you're trying to do, then keeping it open will not, for sure. Thank you, Sherry Sandbeck. This is a written statement from Sierra Handley. To whom it may concern, my name is Sierra Handley. I was an Oak Hill graduate in the year 2000. My daughter is now a 7th grade student at Oak Hill. She previously attended William Lenore Middle School prior to me transferring her to Oak Hill. My reason for this was because my daughter has severe anxiety and ADHD. Her grades were suffering in a bigger setting, and she was too scared to ask for help. Although I know a lot of kids have to struggle with this, my statement is that this is not a good situation to many kids that have the ability to go to a smaller school to feel more secure in their learning. My daughter blossomed in Oak Hill. She improved 2 whole letter grades in every subject. She was coming home talking about friendships she made, and most importantly, she was truly happy for the first time in over a year. I know that a lot of things are going into the decision for closing this wonderful school, but I am begging you to look at this not politically, to not only see the dollar signs when you're making this decision. Please consider these kids' well-beings. I have spoken with parents whose children that ride the bus will have to be on the bus for over 2 hours each day, in the morning and afternoon, if they have to be transferred to another school. Please consider our community, our children, and the generation of students we are raising up. It isn't just about my daughter and my love for the school and teachers. It is for all the students in the community that feel Oak Hill School is their home. Smaller class size works. Students benefit from it. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sierra Handley.
Written statement from Steve Libera. Upon reading the proposed redistrict of Oak Hill School, option 7 or 9 is not feasible for my child. Living in the Cedar Rock community, I feel it is a burden to ask a parent to drive past William Lenore Middle School when Lower Creek is considerably closer. I know the board has pressure from the Oak Hill community to keep that school open. The rest of the county should not and cannot be punished to keep few residents happy. Thank you for your consideration. Steve Libera.
A written statement by a very concerned parent. To whom it may concern, I am a Lower Creek school parent. I am writing because I am concerned with the possibility of my child's transfer being revoked. My son is a rising fifth grader, and I think it would be extremely unfair for him to lose his transfer going into his final year at this school. He is an AB honor roll student and has great attendance and behavior. I believe he is an asset to that school, and it will be a rash decision to take him away from the school and his friends that he has been with the last 5 years. He has severe anxiety, and taking him away from his comfort zone could be detrimental to his performance in school. I also have a child that is an upcoming kindergarten student. I've completed his transfer to Lower Creek, and as it is more convenient for my family as far as after-school childcare. My sister picks up my son when I am working, so I need my son to be at the same school as my nephew for this reason. I cannot afford other arrangements, and riding a bus is not an option as nobody would be home to get them off the bus. Also, I am an entry-level elementary education student who is seeking employment for the 2020-2021 school year in Caldwell County. I worry that the closing of Oak Hill School will cause me to lose an opportunity to work in this county. It is imperative that I work in this county with my children attending and the child care options I have available to me. I think the students have already gone through so many changes this year after the early closing because of COVID-19. I think it is insensitive to the needs of the students in this county for a closure and the revoking of transfers to happen. Please listen to our concerns and understand that by doing this, there will be more harm come than good. Thank you, a very concerned parent.
This statement was provided by Vicki Boston. I have 3 children at Oak Hill. 2 of them are transfer students, and 1 is assigned to Oak Hill. My daughter Elizabeth, who is in the 7th grade, is an EC student. She has several diagnoses, one of which is severe anxiety. Before attending Oak Hill, Elizabeth had been in day treatment since 5th grade and didn't make much progress academically or socially. However, Elizabeth was ready to go back to her regular school, so I reached out to Mr. Ackerman at Oak Hill and talked with him about Elizabeth attending his school. I knew the smaller class sizes would be great as a fit for Elizabeth, and she wouldn't be as overwhelmed if she had to attend her home school district. Elizabeth was assigned to Oak Hill through the school board. She has made such a huge improvement at Oak Hill, not only in her academics, but also on her social skills. She has been able to get the one-on-one teaching she needs on a daily basis. Elizabeth would not be able to get the extra help she needs to succeed if she were put into a bigger school with over-capacity classrooms. Elizabeth is so proud of the progress she has made in just a short amount of time she has been at Oak Hill. She had finally began to come out of her shell and talk more to staff at Oak Hill than any other school since she started kindergarten. I feel that if Oak Hill is closed and Elizabeth is put into an overcrowded school, she will close back up and her progress will slow again. I know the motto is no child left behind, but I know if Elizabeth attends a bigger school, she will be just that. Teachers with 25 to 35 students in their classes don't have time to teach that many students, let alone have the extra time Elizabeth requires. Please, for the sake of my children and all the other students and staff at Oak Hill, don't close the school. Thank you, Vicki Boston.
Written statement by William Deal. Transfers and district lines. With the ongoing discussions regarding possible closure of county schools, budget deficits, increasing cost, and declining enrollment, 2 things directly impact how we got here and what we must change going forward. These specifically are transfers and district lines. For the multitude of reasons, in hindsight, both right and wrong, we've got to do better on both. Regarding transfers, it's never easy, but high correlation exists between the existing more lenient policy and overcrowding at several schools within our county. Yes, parents should have input on how and where they want their children to go to school, but this also takes a commitment from the parents to rightfully do so within a qualified transfer policy, which is supported by an objective review. This review, possibly driven by a separate committee, should entail a comprehensive understanding of the financial impacts both now and in the future. In hindsight, we should never allow transfers to potentially derail the budget in any form that derives further cost burdens, greater deficits, and/or creates inequities in the student populations at any of our schools. This simply has to change going forward, but we must be reasonable by incorporating some form of a grace period of 1 to 2 years or more for extenuating circumstances for existing transfers that are already approved. It's simply the right thing to do. In relation to district lines, it goes hand in hand by saying that the aforementioned lines directly influence the quantity of transfers requested on a year-to-year basis. However, with the rather lenient transfer policy in use today, these district lines are essentially nullified. At the end of the day, it's about a balance that would normalize costs across the county between schools based on student populace, optimizes state funding, and provides for sustainability year over year. We must evaluate current district lines to drive cost reduction now and provide for cost avoidance in the future. This is the only way to provide for sustainability going forward. Thank you. If I can be of further assistance, please contact me. Best regards, William Deal.
This is a written statement from William Phillips. I have a 6-year-old that will be starting first grade in Lower Creek Elementary this year. We just moved back from living 4 years in Mississippi. We just bought a new house in Piper Ridge Development so that our child would be enrolled in Lower Creek Elementary. We just found out from our neighbor at lunchtime today that Caldwell County School Board will be having a hearing at 5 p.m. today to decide if kids in our area will be split up and have to attend Oak Hill Elementary. This really upset us that our child that is above average level might not be attending a level 7 school and might be attending a level 3 school. Our decision to move to Lenore area was made on the current school district locations, not what might be in consideration. This will increase our travel by 60 more miles a week, and me or my wife will have to change to a second or third shift just to be able to handle the possible change. If you look at the stats of Lower Creek Elementary to Oak Hill Elementary, I can only wonder why would the school system even want to keep such a poor level school open. Everyone I talked to at work said no child coming from Oak Hill School is in any means near the same education level as any student from other elementary schools in the county. If this change goes through and our child ends up having to go to Oak Hill, we will pull him out of Caldwell County Public School System and enroll him in a private school. That will allow our child to progress in his education. I do not stand in any means to the possible change that may take place and what we think at a possible relocation elsewhere in North Carolina to call home and not Caldwell County, even though I was born and raised and lived 40 years in this county. William Phillips.
This statement was provided by
We certainly want to thank each of the people that took the time to come here, to call on the phone, or to provide a message to the Board of Education. We want everyone to know that we indeed take this very seriously and have all along. We are concerned about the best opportunities for every child in this county, and that's what this board has stood for years and years. Do I hear any comment from the board in regards to holding a upcoming special meeting. Is there a motion of anyone to hold a meeting?
I'll make a motion, we have a special meeting called.
Okay.
Whatever time's the meeting with y'all. Any
Uh,
suggestions?
Do you have a suggestion of?
Probably Thursday be the best.
Okay,
5 o'clock maybe.
5 o'clock. So we have a motion on the floor to have a special called meeting on Thursday at 5 o'clock. Do I hear a second from someone?
I'll second the motion.
Any comments?
We need to make it
Thursday,
for a purpose,
14th.
if it's a special call meeting, for the purpose of.
Okay.
Is that Thursday, 14?
Yeah.
The motion is to have a special called meeting for the purpose of deciding the situation with Oak Hill School. And the motion also is that that would be at 5 o'clock on Thursday this week. Any comments? Any questions? If not, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any opposed? There is no opposition, thus unanimous. The board will have a special called meeting on Thursday, and it'll be here at 5 o'clock.
Kathy, do you have a second on that motion?
I do with Ann.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't hear that. Thank you.
Okay. All right, do I hear a motion that we adjourn the public hearing?
I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?